Good evening, everyone. Happy Thursday. Welcome to the Moosestaffa channel. We are here in Key West, Florida with a very special flight, or a very special stream, really. We'll see if the flight happens. Hopefully it does. I was talking to Dwarven a moment ago. We have a record to beat. So it took Captain Arash about 7 hours to teach Scruffy Tam the 737 and then do a small flight from his home field to somewhere. The flight itself was like 30 to 45 minutes or something. So, and it took 7 hours. I am gonna commit to doing it in less time with CRJ. That's the goal. Ultimately, so we can talk smack, but also so we can help DwarvenEgg. So, if you haven't caught on yet already, we've got DwarvenEgg here in chat. I'm gonna bring him in just a second, but we're gonna be helping him learn how to fly jetliners, and specifically the CRJ 550 that you see in front of us. But first, we are doing our giveaway tonight, so exclamation point Ticket Moose gets you entered to win one of 2 free subs to the Moosestaffa channel. You do not need to be present to win, but you do need to be a follower, so hit that follow button. Welcome on in Flights with Joel and his raiders. Thank you so much for that raid. Very much appreciated. And let me see who else is here in chat first as the music dies, and then we'll bring in Mr. DwarvenEgg. So DwarvenEgg is already here. He was actually very much the first because we were connected long before I even hit go on the stream. So following that, Fly Dr. Cat's in the house. We've got Myoru is here. Welcome on in. Nick Gressla, hello, good to see you. Pilot Cheese 1971, welcome on in. Kevin is here. We got TL Hart, Homie Live US, Cat Flyer, Marco 52, of course, Flights with Joel with the raid. Thank you so much. Also, let's see, who else do I see? Factual Gull is here. Hello. Kinsythe is here as well. And if you're here and you have not said hi yet, come and say hi. You can lurk all you want, and that's fine. But it's more fun when you at least say hi at least once, so I know you're here. But all right, so DwarvenEgg, welcome on in.
Thank you. I'm hoping we could do this in 6 hours and 58 minutes.
A lofty goal, my friend. A lofty goal. Hey, Exo Toby, it looks like. Welcome on in as well. Good to see you. So, Dwarven, for those that are, everyone, for the most part, most people that are here know me as Moosestaffa, but many may not be acquainted with you. So go ahead and tell us a little about yourself. You're a streamer as well. So go ahead and introduce yourself, talk about your stream, what you do, and yeah.
Sure. So for those of you that don't know me, my name is DwarvenEgg Official. I'm the unofficial flight sim king of Twitch. I do a lot of GA flights. So it's a lot of VFR and things like that, smaller single engine turboprops and the occasional multi-engine. Airliners confuse me, and I've been watching you for a while, and we got to know each other a little bit over at Flight Sim Expo, and I was like, you know what? I feel like if anybody can A, handle the absolute shenanigans, and B, get me to actually learn something, it might be Moosestaffa. So I figured why not, and then I'll start trying to incorporate it into my own streams a little bit.
I just figured if you get out of hand, I'll feed you a Gormfield. So that's my backup plan.
Yeah, he looks hungry.
He's always got the munchies. So,
yeah.
All right, well, that's awesome, man. So DwarvenEgg, you can check him out at twitch.tv/DwarvenEgg, and feel free to, in fact, if you want to, actually, let me do this, because I'll have to permit you, otherwise it's going to yell at you. Permit.
Yeah.
I think I got that right, hopefully. Go ahead and post a link to your Twitch there. There we go.
It didn't yell at me.
Yeah, it didn't yell. Oh, and someone did the shout out thing too. Perfect. So
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
So make sure you go ahead and give DwarvenEgg a follow. We want to grow his channel as well. So a little housekeeping things before we get going. I haven't turned off all the alerts, but I've turned off some of them. The ones that are particularly long and annoying, because we're trying to educate on this stream, and it's helpful if we're not interrupted by mistakes. tick all the time and everything else. So most of them are still on because they're short, and so feel free. Like Siren is one of them I turned off. So most of them are short, and so I don't mind those, and so feel free to use them because we're going to have fun here, but it's not just about education. We're going to have fun, and we're going to annoy each other, and that's what it is. But I wanted to try and
You make me sad.
Yeah, exactly.
So be it.
Like, exactly. That was appropriate. So there's a number of them that are still working. We also turned off the sing mode and the banned word thing for today too, because that's also going to be not really possible to do and infuriating for a stream like this. So
To see if there's a
I did notice that the sing mode was off. I was already in there.
yes. So yeah, but we'll resume that tomorrow during the F&O. Don't worry, but it's just off for today, so we can focus on what we got to do. So we're gonna go ahead and hop in the aircraft. I kind of was querying Mr. DwarvenEgg about his knowledge, experience with airliners in general, and it's basically little to none. And so we're going to kind of start in the cockpit here. He's in the left seat. I'm in the right seat. We're using a program called Your Controls to do a shared cockpit thing. It's not going to be perfect. It's going to be a little buggy, and for two reasons. One is stuff like that's third party. Working with other third party add-ons is always going to be a little buggy. But also, this is not explicitly supported at the moment. I went and found the old file that they used to support, and so there's clearly going to be something wrong with it. We haven't discovered too much that's wrong with it yet, but we also didn't fly with each other. We just kind of made switches work and tried to do some stuff with the FMC so far. So I'm sure we'll discover issues down the line, but you know what? We will do our best to try and mitigate those. And if nothing else, then what we might have to do is have him share the screen with Discord and I commentate on what he's doing so I can watch and see and guide him that way if worse comes to worse. So we have some backup plans. They're not great backup plans, but you know what? We have them, and that's important. It makes
they
us
are a plan.
feel better. Yeah, exactly. They're a plan of sorts. So let's do some cockpit familiarization first of all. So let's go ahead and jump up to the overhead panel, Dwarven. And
right.
We're just going to kind of go over kind of where everything is. Now, the nice thing about airliners is they all have, for the most part, the same systems. The difference is where they put them and sometimes how many of those systems they have and how robust and what kind of overrides and tests and turnoffs you got to do with them. So we'll start up in the top left. It's always best when you're building kind of a flow to kind of go through the panel in the same way. And so you can see the panel is basically split into thirds vertically. And so we'll kind of start in the top left, work our way down. We'll go up to the top middle and then the top right, and we'll just go through there. And just kind of talk about what these systems are. And that way, when we're flying the aircraft, you already have, I don't expect you to memorize where all these are, obviously, but you'll start to have a good sense at least of, oh yeah, that's up there, that's down there, that's over there. So it's not trying to remember, because what you don't want to do is be rotating and then go, find this button. Where is this? You're trying to fly the plane. It's going to be you're going to have a bad time, as Mr. Mackey would say.
Well, luckily I also have Tobii Eye, so I can actually just look.
Very nice, very nice. All right, so at the very top is the electrical power panel, and it's not very large compared to some aircraft. Again, you're going to find these systems are quite small because it's a small plane. And so basically we've got our main battery switch is up at the very top. Go ahead and flip that guy on. There you go. And you'll see next to it there's a DC service switch. You don't really need to mess with that. That's actually something the ground crew would mess with. We're always going to pretty much leave it off when flying. So just know it's there, but it's not something you're ever going to really need to mess with. Right on the other side of that where it says AC, that is where if we have external power available, that's going to show up. And let's go ahead and get external power connected real quick. So if you go down to the tablet, you can just click on the screen to turn that thing on. That'll boot up. It'll say Aerosoft. And and if you go over to Aircraft tab, by the way, I don't know if when I'm clicking on the tablet, if it's showing anything for you or if you're doing it.
It is not on the tablet.
Perfect. Okay, that's fine. That's actually for the best. Go ahead and hit where it says ground power cart over there next to the aircraft where it says remove. Just click that. It should say connected at that point.
Yep, I have it connected. Okay, I think this is going to be one thing.
Yeah, I just did the same on mine just to make sure. So if you go back up to the top panel now, you'll see there's a green available light there, and so go ahead and push that.
Got it.
There we go. Beautiful. And so now it says in use. Now, when we get the APU on eventually, what's going to happen is that's going to say available and the APU is going to say available, and none of them is going to say in use. And it's a little confusing because there are 2 light positions on each of these switches, and on the APU, they're taken up with start and available. On the external, they're taken up with available and in use. Whenever the APU is running and the APU generator is on, it's always going to take priority and take control. So the AC will go. So basically, if you see on the ground power, if you see it say available, it's not connected. It's just there. It's available, but it's not powering the airplane. Only if you see in use is it actually powering it. If you ever see the APU on and it says available, if the engines are on, they'll have priority. But otherwise, you can assume the APU is the one connected and powering the aircraft. It's a little clunky in that regard, but that's what they did. So,
all right.
So APU, so the external power is in use. Coming down from that, we have the IDGs. Those are the generator disconnects, basically, for the engines. And you never want to turn these off unless a checklist tells you to in flight, because they're only resettable on the ground. So if you turn them off in flight, you've lost your generator until you land. So just be aware of that. The AC Essential Bus transfer, again, is a way to transfer Essential Bus services from one generator to the other if you lost one. And in a dark situation, it's set to its normal mode. I think if you press it, it'll say alternate. And so that's basically saying, hey, we're kind of forcing it to happen and do something that it doesn't think is necessary right now. And sometimes that might be necessary, but generally you can just leave it alone. But that's what that is. Right below that are the generator switches. They are all right now in auto, and that's where they all should be. So basically the APU will automatically connect when you turn it on. Kelsey, thank you so much for coming in with 59 months.
Here is immediately followed by sarcastic comments and nasty responses.
Yep, 59 months.
59 months. She is one of my oldest. I think she might be my oldest subscriber. Like the long. And when I say oldest, I mean like longest subscriber.
She's up for parole.
But yeah. So thank you, Kelsey. That's now longer than. Actually, that's almost longer than my first car loan. One more month and it'll be the same. So, yeah, Dr. Cat's pretty close behind. All right, so APU in auto and then the gens in auto. The other options I think are just off reset, so it'll kind of spring back to auto. It looks like.
Yep, saw that.
Actually, no, you can't. No, I just hit the switch too fast, apparently. So, off/reset. If you ever have a generator that doesn't connect after the engine's running and it's in auto, just spring it up to off and reset, and then spring it back, and that should do it. If that doesn't, then obviously there's an issue. The Mad Dog's famous for sometimes having to reset the generator. And in fact, part of the checklist is to hit all these to reset in the Mad Dog. It's not on the CRJ. But so anyway, just be aware of that. Below that are the transfer switches, again for transferring between the various generators, and again they should be set to automatic. You can turn them off. They're basically the bus ties, and so they should be set to dark. The CRJ and a lot of the Airbus cockpits use a lights off regime where lights generally are not good. Sometimes they're necessary, and so certain colors like green is okay and stuff, and the white in use. But most of it is going to be a condition that when you're ready to go, all the lights should be dark. And that's a good thing. So that way a light comes on, gets your attention, as opposed to being lit and being out, and that gets your attention not quite as well. So
fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
Right below that is the fire detection system. It's just a test button, and we'll do that a little bit later on. I'll show you. All that's going to... Actually, we can show you right now. If you look down at the right side of the center... So there's 6 screens going across the front of the aircraft. The two in the middle, the one on the right is the status page right now. Keep your eye on the top of that. Let me see if this will fire. It should say fire system okay or something when I hit this.
Yep, it did say something. I got it. Fire system okay.
Yep. And it goes away pretty quickly. So it'll also turn on if you look up at the glare shield on the you see the master warning and master caution lights blinking. Further to the right of that, there's a fire bottle push, and I'm going to hit it one more time. I think those light up when I do that too. Yeah.
Lights up, big red button.
Yeah, so you're just basically verifying that those lights are working and reacting, and then the fire system OK test goes. Factual entropy, thank you for the follow. Get yourself a ticket to the giveaway, ! Ticket Moose, now that you're a follower. So that's all that is, that's just the test. Right below that's the hydraulic, basically shutoffs for the hydraulic system for the left side and the right side off the engine. So again, they should be dark. They're on by default and will kick in with the engines. But if you needed to turn the pumps off, basically right there, and then the hydraulic systems are at the bottom of the center section. We'll get to those in a second. Below that is the external lights. So you got the nav light, the beacon light, the strobe light, the logo light, and the wing inspection light. Nav light should be on anytime the aircraft is under power, meaning there's electrical power on the airplane. So yeah, that goes on. The beacon doesn't go on until you're ready to either move the aircraft or start engines. So anytime engines are running or the aircraft is moving, beacon should be on. And anytime you're about to do one of those things, that should go on to warn the ground crew to get away. That's the equivalent of clear.
Right, yeah, because you can't just scream it.
Right, you can't just scream it. The aircraft's too big for that. The strobe light is basically anytime you're going to enter or cross an active runway environment, and then once you're in the air, that should always be on. So generally speaking, crossing a runway or approaching the runway you're going to take off on, that goes on. The logo is completely optional. There's no restriction on it. You can turn it on all the time. Generally, airlines only use it when it's dark because obviously if you burn the bulbs out, then that's a maintenance item. So you do what you want with that. And the wing inspection light. Yeah, I see that. And the wing inspection light
United owes me money. Let's burn on the light.
Exactly. The wing inspection light is exactly what it sounds like. It's to look at the wing in the dark, and specifically you're looking for like icing and stuff like that. So it can also be nice to light up the outside of the aircraft in the dark when the ground crew's trying to work and stuff like that too, I suppose. So, alrighty. Moving up to the top of that panel, we've got our boost pumps for our fuel. This is our fuel panel right here. And so we have a gravity cross flow, so that will basically just open up a connection between the tanks and let gravity kind of naturally balance the tanks between them. So again, don't do that. Don't open that unless you need to do something. The boost pumps say in-op because they're off right now, and we'll turn those on for engine start, and then the aircraft will actually turn them off once the engines are going. The engines will gravity feed using these cool little Venturi style things. I can't explain it to you now, but I've seen them explained. It's kind of cool. Look it up on YouTube sometime.
Hey, got it.
And then they can kick back in at any time if the aircraft determines there's a loss in fuel pressure or something that needs to boost it up. So below that are the like powered cross feed to cross between the tanks, and the pumps to run that. So you have a left pump if you need a force feed into the right tank. You'd open up that override and then hit the left thing, and it would start pushing fuel over into the right side and vice versa. So really the only time you're going to touch these is for engine start, and then you're never going to touch them again until you shut the aircraft down. So unless something goes wrong.
Well, yeah, like a flare out, you got to restart the engine or something.
Exactly. Bleed air. So the way jet engines work, which you're probably aware, they obviously use a lot of air compression, and we get pneumatic bleed air off of different stages of the compressor. And that's used for a number of things, specifically and most commonly for pressurization and air conditioning. And that's where you're going to mess with this here. Now, with the bleed valves in auto, where you see them, that kind of dial off to the left there, basically you don't need to touch anything here. The aircraft's internal stuff is going to do it. If you need to close the valves, then you can put them to closed. And if you need to manually control them for any reason, that's where you can see that bleed source over there. Both engines, left engine, right engine, or APU. If this is an auto, when you put the APU on, it'll automatically select bleed air from the APU. You don't have to manipulate this switch. It's just going to do it. So basically this system stays in automatic completely unless there's a need to take it out and do it manually. So the isolation valve keeps the two engine systems and the packs isolated from each other. That way if there was a fire or something on one, you wouldn't necessarily have to have smoke pouring into the cabin because, oh crap, we still need the air conditioning running from the other engine, and they're connected to each other. So that's why they're separated and allows for better control of things. But again, As long as it's in auto, it should do all that for you. So
Good. I like that.
Yeah.
Good.
Automatic keeps your job easy. Moving on down, APU. This is the APU start section. And we'll go ahead and let's go ahead and put the APU on. So to do that, you're going to hit the power fuel button first. And annoyingly, there is no light here to tell you. So it just, you click it once and it may have actually gone back to close. We'll see. Or did you hit it a third time?
I hit it a third time.
Perfect. Okay. So if you look down at that status page now, as a result of that, you see 2 APU gauges that have appeared in the lower left-hand corner.
Oh, yep.
And you see APU door open. And that's the little flap door to let air into the APU. There's also some APU notices below the parking brake. It says APU SOV opened. I think it's just that's the only one actually. So as long as you see all those indications, especially that door open one, that means now we're good to start the APU. So now you can go ahead and hit the start stop side.
And boom.
Bingo.
Okay.
We get a start light, and then when it's running, that will switch to available, and we'll also see the external power go from in use to available, and that will be the notice that, oh yeah, we don't have we're not using the external power anymore. We're actually using the APU. So
okay.
We'll just let the APU kind of fire up. You can see those gauges going up, and as soon as that hits 100, thereabouts, boom. So now you see the available light. Now, if we were to disconnect the ground power, we shouldn't see any change in electrical. So if you want to go over to the tablet. And
So,
disconnect
there we
the
go.
power.
Mine just went to available.
Okay, yeah, it's a little behind me.
Woo! I was like, what? What you mean? Okay.
Yeah, so go ahead and
Now I'm back at the tablet.
yeah, go ahead and remove the ground power.
Removed.
And if you go back up to the top, you'll see the AC light is now gone completely, and we still have power because the APU is doing it. So. But,
Okay, yep.
But you see, it still says available, and that's where it's going to be confusing because it's like, well, it's available and it's on, but it's, yeah, that's just
Available green in use.
yeah,
That's how I'll
it's in
remember it.
use for the APU. Yeah, in use is specified on the ground power, not on the APU. So, all right. So down below that is the engine ignition. This is where we're going to start the engines. There's 2 start switches, one for the left, one for the right. There's also 2 stop switches, which are a little different than almost any other airliner you'll find. Normally you just flip the start switch back to the off position. This one has a special switch to hit stop to kill the start sequence. So again,
Okay.
unless you need to stop the start sequence, you'll never hit those stop guys because we'll just kill fuel to the engine to stop them once they're running, and that's all that is. And then off to the side there is the continuous ignition button. That's used to keep the igniters firing even once the engine is started. Think of the igniters as like an industrial spark plug. And they do get damage and burn out over time if they're used all the time. So that's why you wouldn't want to just leave it on continuous all the time. But if you fly into rain or heavy moisture, or a lot of times on landing and takeoff, critical phases of flight, where it would be really inconvenient to lose an engine just because the flame went out,
Right.
it's helpful to keep those that into continuous, just so there's something clicking away in there. And that way, if it is just a quick incident, hopefully it keeps it running. And then once we are out of that flight condition, we just turn that back off.
Cool.
All right, right below
Makes
that,
sense.
we have hydraulic systems, and there's a few of them. So we have 1, 2, 3A, and 3B. And what we'll do, if you go down to the pedestal, right below the throttles, you'll see a number of buttons that allow us to bring up the synaptic pages for the aircraft. So there's one that says HYD. Go ahead and click that.
Hydraulics. Okay.
And you should now see the hydraulic synaptic on the
Right.
on the right side there. And so you can see them labeled here. There's 1B, 2B, 3A, 3B, and then you have 1A and 2A coming off the engines.
Right.
So let's go ahead and flip number 1 down to auto. And if you come back to the synaptic page now we see that kicked on 1B. Whoops.
There we go. There we go.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a different toggle than I needed, but yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
On mine, it flipped back to off. That's interesting. Even though it says it's an auto, that's weird. Actually, you know what? I
Yeah.
wonder if it needs to be an on. That's what it is. Go ahead and flip it to on.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
On.
Yeah, on was actually the correct. I led you astray.
No.
So in on, you'll notice now the 1B, which is the electric pump, is running, and it's powering the number 1 hydraulic system. We have 3,000 psi. When we flip that to auto, it will stay off, but once things are fired up and running, if the engine was to lose something for one reason or another, the pump was to go out, it would automatically switch over to the electric pump. And so that's what those are. So those are basically the electric pump switches. When we start the engines, the mechanical pumps will run on the 1 and 2 system, and we'll want to power the center system with the is only electrically powered. So, and that's why there's 2 pumps for that, because you want to have some redundancy. So each one has the ability to run a pump independent of another to try and keep systems going. And it shows you right down there below what those systems are that are running. So currently right now, running off the 1 system is rudder control, elevator control, left aileron, outboard spoileron, outboard flap spoilers, outboard ground spoilers, and the left reverser. So if you were to lose that system entirely, those things you would no longer have control over. Now, certain things like the elevator, you'll notice, has all 3 systems tied to it. So if you lost all 3, you'd lose all rudder authority. But until then, you still have you still have some rudder authority with any of those systems running. So
right, it's like a redundancy.
Absolutely right. It's redundancy. So Bryce Allen, welcome on in. Landing at SFO, learning at Antonov 225. Oh goodness, yeah, have fun with that. It's all in Russian. So go ahead and you can go ahead and switch that hydraulic system back to off.
Aye, aye.
And you'll notice all of them have an on, off, and auto switch except for the number 3A system, which only has off and on. And that's the primary. That one, when we're getting ready to start, that's the one we'll want to make sure is on, because that's going to give us hydraulics for the center system. And then all the rest are just basically like backup auto systems once the engine kicks on. But that 3A is like the primary center system pump, and that's why it doesn't have an on. It doesn't have an auto section, because it's either going to be off or on. You're always going to have it running unless it fails. So.
Okay, so that's the one you'll want on. The other ones you'll turn to auto after.
Yes, exactly. And you only put them to on if you need to override the other systems. So yeah.
Got it.
So they'll all basically, the nice thing is they'll all be in the down position is the correct position for those. So. All right, up at the top, cabin pressurization. So this is, again, kind of continuing on with the pneumatic theme. This is where we pressurize the aircraft. Again, the system works completely automatic with the exception of setting the landing elevation, which is kind of a pain in the butt in this plane because you have to manipulate this this knob, and the only place to see it is that lower that screen we were just looking at, the Synaptic. So if you go down to there and press the ECS button, which is the environmental control system, and there we go. You'll see, let's see, where is it? Landing elevation. And if you go all the way across the right side, you see 0 feet right now. So if I was to start manipulating that knob, you should see that go up, potentially, if that's working. I don't know, is that showing anything for you?
Nothing yet.
No, okay. That must be part of the not synced stuff, so that's fun. So it moves up in increments of 20. And there's also a way, I thought, to pop out the panel, but it's not doing it for me. So I don't know how you pop this out, but that's what I do. I just count increments of 20 as I slowly go up the knob, and you can even just kind of hit it fast and then go down and look and see how close you are, and then do increments of 20 from there, depending on how extreme your landing elevation is. In our case, it's essentially 0 because we're at sea level, and so I'm close to it now.
That's nice and easy.
4, and that should get this deck down to 0. So yeah, but that's where you would check that, and that's the only thing on this panel you really need to set is for the pressurization. Below that, the air conditioning. So we have 2 packs that feed off of pneumatic air, either from the engines, which is normal. They'll also feed off the APU when the APU is running. So we can go ahead and turn the packs on now, and that's those 2 left and right switches. And again, they'll just go dark when they're on. They might say fault at the top, and that would be, or I think it's fault at the bottom. No, it's off. So there might be a fault on them as well if there was an issue, but otherwise they should just be dark. That means they're on. Right next to that is the recirculation fan. Go ahead and flip that on. Think of that as like the blower motor in your air conditioner system at home that pulls the air. Yeah, that pulls the air back out of the room and pushes it back to the air conditioner. Because the bleed air is the air source it's pushing into the cabin, they need separate fans to pull air back in and recirculate and keep the air flowing. So that's where those vents that are down at your feet when you're on an airliner, if you've ever seen those, that's where that recirculation is pulling in from and then pushing it back into the air system.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's good to have on. And if nothing else, if you don't have ability to have the packs on or actual air running, it's good to have that on, because then at least there's some air movement for the passengers.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing that with cockpit and cabin, so I can make it hot as hell back there for them.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, exactly.
Nice and cool for us. Right.
Right. Right next to that is the ram air switch. It is a guarded switch. Normally, you don't mess with that. That's something if you don't have pneumatic ability off the engines, you can use ram air to try and ram air into the cabin to keep it pressurized, at least somewhat.
Okay.
And so that's, again, something, unless you lose your systems, you're not going to mess with, but that's what that is. Then you have your manual controls. So again, the system is pretty much in auto. You can control the temperature with the with those knobs there to make it colder or hotter. But if you want to have like ultimate control over the mixing valve, you can put one of them in manual, and then you can use the hot and cold switches here to maneuver the valve back and forth between more cold, more hot on each side. Which is, again, it's a pain to do because, you got to look at the synoptic and see where you are and all that stuff, but it's available if the pack controller was to die and wasn't doing it right. So
okay,
that's how you'd manually override. Right below that is the aft cargo air conditioning switch. So generally, it's good practice to keep that on air. So again, if there's anything in the back that needs the airplane's going to get very, very cold at altitude, and so if there's anything back there that you wouldn't want to be an icicle when you get back to the ground, it's good to have that on, so that has some conditioned air going to it. Chris Arnsberger, hello. Yeah. All right, moving down. Anti-ice. Self-explanatory for the most part, but you have wing anti-ice. You have cowl anti-ice on the left-hand side and the right-hand side. And then you have a detector test, which just shows ice. And that should turn on to ice. And you also should get a indication on the screens down below when it says ice detected. Again, anti-ice is something you normally would leave off unless you're in icing conditions or expect to be soon, because it will take power off of the engines. It uses hot bleed air off the engines to heat the leading edge of the wing and certain parts of the cowling and all that stuff. So it's a performance reduction. So unless you need it, you don't want to just turn it on all the time. But if you're flying in moisture, generally speaking, the rule is if you're like... Sky Command's coming to the raid. 13 people. Hello, Sky. Welcome on into the training class. Uh-oh, Captain Rash is here. We better pick up the pace.
Captain Rash, we're going 6 hours, 58 minutes.
Yeah, we're trying to beat your record of teaching Scruffy Tam the 7.3. So but yes, factual goal. If you're flying into moist air and the temperature, generally if the temperature is like 10 degrees C or below and moisture, that's kind of the trigger point for using anti-ice.
Okay.
So most aircraft, from what I understand, they're a lot of times they're not certified to do the wing anti-ice for takeoff specifically. I think that's because of a power thing, but engine anti-ice is definitely a thing, and that would be the cowl here. For the engine cowls. So that would be the engine anti-ice. Windshield, this is something you will, in fact, you can go ahead and put them on low right now. There's low and high is only if it's not keeping up with keeping the clear. No, the windshield one.
Yep.
Below.
There
you go. Yep. So those you'll usually put on as part of the prep sequence. You want to start warming the windshields up, and again, because you're going to be up at frigid temperatures at the high altitudes. You don't want to shock the window into going hot when it's cold. It's the equivalent of throwing hot water on your windshield when it's frosted over, and that's a bad thing. So you want to heat them up on the ground, and then that way they're already warm going into the air. So that's why we turn them on.
Makes
the ground.
sense.
Yep. Next to that is the probes. Those we usually don't turn on until we're moving the aircraft and taxiing. That's part of the taxi check. That's the heating for the pitot tubes outside, so again, they don't ice up and you end up with an Air France 441 situation off the coast of South America, and we plunge into the sea. So don't do that. And below that is lights. So we have a dome light, which is not very powerful, and in fact you won't even notice it in the daytime like it is now. Standby compass light, which you can barely notice when you turn that on. Actually, you can notice a little bit better when it's on instead of dim. And then the overhead light is the panel lighting, the back panel lighting for this, which again you won't really notice now, but in the dark it'll light up all the white text and lines on your overhead panel. So,
okay.
So
make it look all pretty.
Yeah, generally speaking, I go ahead and turn the back panel lighting and stuff on almost every aircraft, day or night, just so that way it's already there, and that way it doesn't suddenly get dark and I go, why can't I see anything? But anyway, that's up to you, however you want to do that. So
okay.
Let's see. Hey, Hermanos, good to see our return. And Deviant, hello, welcome on in. Guys, if you're just coming in, get yourself a ticket to the giveaway, ! Ticker Moose. 20 more minutes on the first round of the giveaway. Make sure you are a follower. You must be a follower to be qualified. Giving away 2 free subs to the Moosestaffa channel. All right, moving down to the bottom part of this screen, the landing lights, which you are very familiar with where they are now. I will say at night when you're taxiing, I will usually put on the nose landing light and the recog taxi lights because the recog taxi lights are in the wing route, and in Flight Sim it provides almost no light ahead of you. And so if you're looking to try and see that center line in the dark, you'll have to use the nose landing light to see. So I just generally taxi with the nose landing light and the recog taxi lights, and then use the left and right landing lights as landing lights at that point. So.
Okay.
Just FYI. Next to that is the emergency locator transmitter. You should be aware of what that is, being a GA pilot yourself.
ELT. Oh, yeah.
Obviously, don't turn that on. Just leave it in the armed reset position. So just make sure that's it. Yeah, for aviation emergency use only, as it says there.
I know a guy that accidentally pressed his on the ramp.
Oh, nice.
And next thing you know, there was a whole show of lights.
Oh, bet there was.
Oh, yeah.
Like bunny rabbits. All right. Just fuel it up and floor it. That's not how we teach people here, Lovis. Passenger oxygen. This is for the oxygen for the passengers. Obviously, you can leave that dark. They don't need it. They can die. Next to that, they might die, but depending on. But next to that, the passenger signs. So no smoking. You can pretty much always keep that on unless you're one of those that's like, yeah, we'll do smoking on my flight, sure. And then seatbelt signs, I generally leave off until we're ready to start pushing and moving, and then obviously at cruise we'll turn them off. And once we're starting a descent, once we get to 18 to 20,000 feet, I'll kick them back on and leave them on for the landing. Again, that's just an immersion thing. You can do with that as you will.
Love it.
But yeah. Emergency lights. You can turn them on to test them, but ultimately they should be in the arm position for the flight. And so I'll stick them there now. And then right below that is the standby compass, which again, as a GA person, you should be very familiar with.
Well aware of that.
Yes. And then I talked to you about this the other night, but I'm going to say it again for the sake of the stream. For those that don't know, these 3 little balls down here are not a decoration. These are an alignment tool for figuring out where your head should be in the cockpit. And the way those work is I'm going to go over and put myself in the right seat. If I look over there, I should see the one white ball, but I should not see the other one. I should see the other one eclipsed by the yellow or orangish colored ball. And that tells me my head is at the right height, and also I'm the right distance forward or back. Because if I move myself, now I can see the ball, and I'm in the wrong position. And that's to align yourself for the right seating position. So it's just kind of a cool little tool, and you can make sure your head's in the right spot. So there you go. It's their plan. Yeah, we are going to actually do a flight. That's going to happen. I guarantee it. That's the Moose guarantee here at Moose Training Services, Inc.
We're 7 hours ahead of schedule already.
We are 7 hours ahead of schedule. We got lots of time. We got nothing but time. We got time to kill. All right, so we've already done the overhead panel. How are you feeling?
Good. I'm enjoying the explanation because you're letting me know exactly why we do it.
Excellent.
And that makes me learn.
Wonderful. Let's go ahead. I'm going to move over to your side just because that's where we're going to be flying for most of the time. We're going to look at the kind of corner of the aircraft over here. So the very top switch says N/W STIRG, and that is nose wheel steering. And again, we would always verify that is off. for the early part of phase of flight because it's assuming we're going to get pushed back, and you want to make sure when they're hooking up and doing things, it's just hydraulically powered nose. You don't want to connect the tug and then have the hydraulics try and fight the tug accidentally. So you always want to make sure that's off. Once we're ready to taxi, we'll flip that back to armed, and that way we have nose wheel steering for the taxi.
Okay.
Below that is lighting controls for this area of the flight deck. So you have the display brightness. The two that you're going to play with, or the three you can play with the most, is the integrated lighting, which is the back panel lighting. Go ahead and throw that all the way forward, and you'll see the backlights kind of come on. You can go ahead and go all the way over to the far side there.
Oh, yep, I see them.
And then the flood,
Nice.
the flood is for that same section. So go ahead and do that, and you should see eventually the panel get a little brighter. Again, not very obvious in the daylight here. At nighttime, it's a little more fun. And then the floor light, flip that on, and you can see the light by your feet kick on. So you actually see down there if you want.
Oh, yeah.
If you
Sure
drop
did.
your keys down there, you might need to see that. And sometimes it's fun just to have it all lit up and have a nice light cockpit. So there you go.
Yeah. Well, I dropped my beer down there. I gotta get it.
Yeah, there you go. Don't tell the passengers that.
Yeah.
Does anyone know which CRJ? This is the 550. This is the 550, which is the equivalent of the 700. The difference really is the seating capacity. United had the 550 kind of custom done for their seating way, so they didn't have to. They were able to get away with a different flying certificate by having a certain number of people max capacity, and that's why the 550 exists. Otherwise, it's basically the same size as the 700. So it flies the same, basically. The wiper, obviously, that's kind of self-explanatory. You have a kind of intermittent version, a slow version, and a fast version. The fast version is just kind of hilarious.
It kind of is.
And off, and I don't know that they really do anything other than visually make it look like they're wiping stuff, so there you go. And then you have the stall and stick pusher override thing here, so I believe if you turn that off... Nope, never mind. Maybe it's not an override.
Oh no, it made a clicky sound.
Well, no, it did. I was assuming it wasn't going to do it when I turned it off, but we'll talk about that in a bit. So I'm not exactly sure if this does anything simulated in the sim. I think that's an override for that, but I've never used it. So anyway, one of the few things I don't know. So next to that, you see a giant gaping opening here. That's an air vent that you don't interact with it. It's just that's what it is. And next to that is the clock or the chronometer. Again, that's always going to be synced up with your sim time. In the real world, you want to make sure this clock was correct and accurate, but you can always assume it's going to be set to sim time. And so 2109 is correct for the time of day it currently is, which is referencing Zulu time, I believe. So. Will the VOD of this stream be available? I missed the first part. Yes, it will be. In fact, what I'll probably do, I'll probably download this one and put it on my YouTube channel in addition to it, because it'll go away after a while on Twitch. So yeah, we'll make this available. This is kind of like a tutorial. so yeah.
It's just like a tutorial.
It is. It's just like a tutorial. That'll be the tagline. Just like a tutorial.
Exactly.
Right below that is all of your controls for your PFD and ND stuff. So you have bearing lines you can turn on here for the VOR and the ADF.
Okay.
By turning those on and off, you can cycle through those. ADF, so you can go VOR, ADF, and FMS1 is the top, and the bottom is VOR2, ADF2, and FMS2. So you can overlay those kind of bearing lines on the screen if you so choose. You were working on these engines compressors at GE Aviation. Oh, that's cool. Mamodian. Very awesome. Right next to that on the top is the format and the range knob. So you see the outer knob is the format, the inner knob is the range. So I'll do the inner knob first. You can see the range on the ND change from 2.5 at the inner ring miles to 5 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles, 40 miles, and it goes all the way to 320, and 640 is the maximum range on the ND over there, the navigation display. I'll go ahead and put that back to like 5. The format, so right now we're in the kind of like the half compass rose there. If you tweak that, it can go to, I believe that's plan mode, That looks, actually that might be plan mode. It's not very obvious what they are when there's no navigation data entered yet. But
okay.
You can run through a bunch of different modes, and this is normally, I think this is map mode, which is the most common to be in. The other most common would be the compass rose mode if you wanted to do the old school, which you already have a version of on the PFD on the lower side, so it's kind of redundant to do that. But whatever floats your boat. It's your cockpit.
I could see it being done for, like, if you have trouble seeing that or something.
Exactly. Next to that, on the left-hand side, you have a radar terrain. This will cycle between weather radar and terrain radar. At the top in blue, you can see where it's on the ND that says radar off or terrain when you cycle it.
Mm-hmm.
And so that tells you what mode you're currently in. I don't believe the weather radar is simulated on this, and again, because of the Asobo issue, I don't think they ever went back and added it once Asobo made it available. And even the one Asobo has is very rudimentary. It's a 2D top-down only. The Mad Dog implements it. A couple other aircraft implement it, but it's not the best because it won't show you what you're necessarily going to fly into. It's just going to show you a top-down of what is in front of you. You may be flying under it. You may be flying over it. You may be flying through it. Who knows? So,
cool.
Not the best. And then on the other side of that is the traffic side of it. And so you can see when traffic's off, those little lines go away. When traffic's on, they're there. And that's when you have the TCAS system on. You can see the other traffic in the area for traffic avoidance. It's not simply top-down. That's what I was told it was. Did they change it again? Because I've had weather radar where it said I'm flying through something and there's nothing there, but it's below me. So it seems like it's top-down.
The GTN the GTN 750 XL, the paid version, will give you like a 3D weather map.
Okay.
But that's as far as I know. That's GA shit, not airliner. So
when you say it's a conical vertical return but fixed, what do you mean by that? Because that kind of feels like what I'm talking about here. I'm not saying it's like all around you. I'm just saying what you're seeing in front of you is like looking at a satellite straight down. So if it's in front of you at any level, it's not quite next rad. Okay. You'll have to explain that sometime. But anyway, suffice to say, I don't think it's simulated on the CRJ anyway because nav source right to the right of that will change over on the left-hand side of your PFD, the primary flight display. It says FMS1 in white. If you rotate that switch, it goes to VOR1 and then DME2, FMS2, and so on. So that's your nav source. And so whatever that's on, now that's important to know because that's what your autopilot's going to couple to in nav mode. So when it comes time to getting the ILS ready, we need to switch to heading mode before we switch the nav source. Otherwise, we're basically uncoupling our aircraft from the lateral nav. Because it's going to go, hey, I'm not seeing that anymore. It's not just a visual representation. It's actually what the aircraft's using. So. And
it will be something that I'm hoping we can get a little more into because I am a VFR pilot, not an IFR pilot.
Yeah, perfect. So. Yeah, we'll definitely get into how that works. So,
sweet.
All right, so below that, we have, going back to the left-hand side, this is where we can select, and you can do this automatically through the tablet. I'm going to teach you how to do this the correct way, which is how they would have to do it in the real plane, and that is to set all these target speeds. So if you look over on the PFD, you see a bunch of blue speeds, VT, V2, VR, V1.
Right.
And are you familiar with what V1, VR, V2 means?
Yeah, so those are your V speeds. That's what you need for takeoff, landing, cruise, all that.
Yes, so V1 is your stop-go safety speed, VR is rotate, V2 is your safety flight speed, and then the VT is the target speed. That's like getting up to the cleanup speed and everything like that. So on this aircraft, so so this knob right here, the outer knob changes it from the target speed to the ref speed, which is kind of funny. So you control V1, VR, V2 in this mode, and only target speed in this mode. And then you can either cycle between them by pushing the center knob, and you can see which one you're dealing with there, which is only going to be VT in this mode. In this one, I can push it. And actually, no. So this will just confirm which one you're on. The select button up here will actually cycle it. So if I push that now I'm changing VR. Now I'm changing V2. V1 and so forth. And then by scrolling this knob, I'm changing the value there. And so that's where we put the values in. So the cheat way to do that is to go to the tablet and just say set all, and it will set them as correct in the tablet. But if you want to do it the old school way and do it, by the dial the proper way, you can do that. So right next to it, it's kind of hard to see the indications there, but you have decision height and minimum descent altitude, MDA. And so you can set both of those there, and by clicking them, you can activate them. So on MDA, if I click that knob, I see MDA at the top. If I switch over to DH, I can click that, and now I can have both DH and MDA, so I can have two different values there. And so if you want to use more of a barrow altitude versus a height above the ground altitude, you can have both in there. You can have one or the other, depending on how you want to do it, or you can have neither and be illegal. So
yep.
There we go. About time to reset the ticket moose drawing. Yes, almost time. 4 more minutes, guys. 4 more minutes. And then next to that is the barrow. So right now set to 29902. You see it on the right side of the PFD. By scrolling that wheel, that will change that back and forth. And by the top button, you can change that between hectopascals and inches of mercury. In the U.S.,
right.
Obviously, always inches of mercury, but almost everywhere outside the U.S., with the exception of like Canada, it's going to be hectopascals. So, and then at the center button of that is you can push that to set standard. So when it's blinking at you, you would push that, and it would set it back 2992. The annoying thing is if you don't push it and just manually set it to 2992, it will still blink because it's assuming you haven't set standard, even though you're on standard pressure. So you'll want to hit that center thing to get it to cooperate, as it were.
Got it.
And then right below that, you can change what screen is on what. If you were to lose a screen and you need to move the data over. Normally you just want that in normal, but you can put the PFD over on the ND side. You can bring the ICAS over onto the ND side, so you can have some fun with that.
Oh, that's actually kind of useful if you don't want it. Like,
yeah,
I have the Tobii Eye, so it's easier for me to just take a look. But
right.
If you didn't, it'd be a nice little.
Yeah, and in my view, I can see all three of those screens anyway, so it's not an issue for me. But depending on what you were doing and where you were. If you didn't want to move your eye around, you could do that real quick just to see something, and so there you go. All right, that is that side. There's also the on the far left side of the captain, you'll see the tiller there for moving the nose wheel around. Again, you won't really interact with that directly in the sim, but that's where it is. There's the sky cam, which is for looking at terrorists who are trying to charge the cockpit. But they're all just...
Oh, that works. That's so cool.
There's static images, and there's a nice self-portrait of Matthias Koch, who's the head of Aerosoft, who is, we just found out, stepping down and is moving on to other things. So now this picture will make no sense once he's gone. But otherwise, you can look at like the galley and then right outside the cockpit door. And so, yeah, but they're all just static images. So
it's still cool.
It is still cool.
Super cool. Immersive.
Behind that is the oxygen mask, and you can test that by pushing the little spot right above, and you see the little cat's eye open, and you'll hear it and do its little thing, and make sure the oxygen's working. So that's kind of cool. Yep, there you go. It's Koch, K-O-K. That's his name. That's just don't be dirty. That's what it is. So. All right, right below the PFD, in front of the yoke, is the cockpit voice recorder. To do the test, you just hold this green button for about 5 seconds, and you wait to see the little green light light up there. And so I'm just going to hold it in. We should see that eventually here. Bingo.
Oh, there we go.
Yep. And so that's really all there. I mean, obviously, it's not... This is more immersion, because obviously it's not actually recording you, because it's a sim.
Yeah, I'm hitting erase. They don't want to hear me. I said something about beer before, so I'm going to go ahead and erase
Good call. Oh, this is something I have not been able to find in the manual, so if anyone watching knows the answer to this, I would love to hear it. This, on the yoke here, this IC off RT. It actually moves. I don't know that it does anything in the sim, but I would love to know what that's for, because I do not.
If you click it up, IC means that you're instantly cool.
Oh, okay, and
and then retweet.
And then, is it a retweet? Is that what you said?
Yeah,
okay.
Retweet. By the way, guys, go ahead and retweet Moose's most recent tweet. We're live. Okay, see?
Oh, I'll do that right now. Click. There we go. Done.
See? You're welcome.
So easy. Oh, man, I've been doing it wrong all my life. So if anyone knows what the actual thing those are, I would love to know. Down is pushing to talk.
Oh.
Really? RT. Oh, like receive transmit kind of. Well, it's IC. Up is hot mic. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, got it. That's cool. Isn't intercom versus radio transmission? Yeah, that would make sense then for what he's talking about. Intercom. Okay. That makes sense. So yeah, again, probably nothing to do with it's going to simulate anything in the plane because that's all going to be taken care of through vPilot. But that's cool to know. Okay.
Neat that it moves. It's immersive.
Yeah.
I liked my explanation better. But
I do like your explanation better. Yeah, because I want to be instantly cool. But I wish it would stay in instantly cool. The fact that it drops back to off makes me think it's telling me I can't be. So
well, it's because we're at a level of cool that
Let me go ahead and reset the giveaway here real quick for the next round since we're at the top of the hour. And there we go. Get yourself another ticket to the giveaway, guys. Exclamation point ticket Moose. Round 2 is now on. You also have the AP disconnect, which, from what I understand in pushing this button in the plane, doesn't actually AP disconnect like it should. You really have to hit this AP disconnect bar up here at the top. So I have mapped through SPAD an AP disconnect button, which I can give to you. In fact, I sent that to you in the thing. And that actually does the job of what this button should do. But clicking it, I've found if the AP is engaged, it does not actually disengage it like it should. So, lame. And then you have your trim buttons up here, which, again, I have mapped on my yoke, because trying to use them here would be a bit of a pain.
It is.
So, all right, moving across the front. Again, we kind of talked about there's the engine page, the engine screen, and then the synaptic screen, which will show kind of whatever you select on that lower panel. We'll go through some more of those in a little bit. And then you have your standby horizon speed and altitude here, which you also want to make sure you're setting to whatever the current altimeter setting is, in addition to the baro setting on the PFD. So those are the two you'd always want to be keeping in sync with each other. Whatever it returns is based off of what your plane is in the vertical, but it's a conch return, so the further away of the radar, the more returns you get above and below your altitude position. Okay. Well, I mean, okay. Well, if that's the case, that's actually not nearly as bad as I was thinking it was. So if that is how it is, that's still not great, but it's better. Which is more realistic than most wanted in I see. Yeah. So anyway, I mean, probably because it's probably a larger range of whatever, but who knows? Anyway, I'll let you guys debate that in chat. It is still useful, so when it does work, like I use it on the Mad Dog, and it is still helpful because then you can pair that with what you see out the front and avoid things, hopefully. All right, coming down to the upper pedestal here, we have obviously the two FMCs, and we'll go into depth on those in a little bit, but that's where they are. Again, that's basically the computer for the aircraft, how we program everything. At the top here, we have the landing gear and a number of switches and tests regarding the landing gear. So we have an anti-skid system with an off, which we always want to pretty much have that in anti-skid. You have the main landing gear bay overheat, the overheat test warn fail switch. You also have this down lock release, which allows you to, I think on the ground, put the landing gear lever up if you hold that and then do that, which I don't know why you'd want to do that, but maybe there's systems where the maintenance guys need to do something and they've got the plane in a position where it won't just collapse the gear. So that can be bad.
Somebody did something stupid at some point.
Exactly. You have the gear horn button here, so you can silence that if the landing gear's doing that, and you just want to shut it up. Yes, I know. You can do that there. And then the BTMS overheat warn reset. Not 100% on what that is. Probably brake temperature master system overheat reset warning is probably what that is. Below that is looking at the engines. You have an engine sync, so you can sync them between the N1 or the N2s, or have that sync off. That's kind of a nice thing for the passengers. It puts the engines in sync with each other, and you wouldn't really kick that on until you were at cruise anyway. But that's what that guy is. High power schedule. If you need to get a little bit more out of the engines, this is probably if you're going to be at someplace like Denver and it's hot. You'd want to turn that on so you're getting as much power as you can. Cap Flyer, heading out. Take care, my friend. See you later. Lamp test. This is to test the lamps. And so if you flick it up to 1, all of your lights come on. And you can look at the overhead, and you actually see all of those different settings. So faults and on and inops and all that. And you can make sure they're all burning bright. And there's 2 of them because in aviation, most buttons have 2 lamps in them. So if one dies, it's apparent that you've lost a lamp because one of them will be out, and not just that the button isn't working or that it's in the dark position and it's supposed to be there. So you have 2. Now in the aircraft, obviously, it just looks the same, lamp 1 and 2, but in the real plane, in the real plane, that's why that exists. So it's kind of cool. And you can make those indicators dim or bright. I always leave them at bright because why not? If it's really dark and they're overbearing, you can put those down to dim. Down at the bottom, ground proximity, you can override the terrain and the flap problems with it yelling at you versus based on ground proximity. And then you have the mech call. So this would be firing the little horn outside in the nose gear bay to get the attention of the mechanic or the ground personnel to say, hey, come get on the headset. I've got things to talk to you.
Okay.
So again, it doesn't really do anything in the sim, but it's kind of cool that it's there and it's modeled. So these 2, the pitch disconnect and the roll disconnect, are actually not simulated. They don't do anything. I think you can pull them, but they don't actually do anything. According to the manual, they're grayed out. So I'm assuming that means they're not actually simulated. They'll move like they are, but this would disconnect obviously your pitch control and your roll disconnect. If something was to get jammed, I guess you could try to do that to unjam something, I guess, or something. So.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Right below the pitch disconnect, you have the spoilers, and these are set to auto. They should always stay on auto. Basically what this is when you land and the squat switches hit on the main landing gear, they will automatically deploy the ground lift spoilers when you're in the landing roll. You can manually disarm them so they won't ever do that, or you can manually operate them and they'll come out immediately right now. You would never want to try and fly with it in that position because you are not going to get off the ground, or if you are, you're not going to get off the ground well. So auto,
for very long.
Yeah, auto is definitely where you want to have those guys because they are dumping your lift. So MCAS disconnect, yeah, exactly. And then the CRJ is kind of unique in that you can disarm the thrust reverser system, and I'm guessing that means you could theoretically accidentally deploy them in flight, which a lot of aircraft they're inhibited from being able to do that because obviously that's bad. And so usually once you're off the ground, we'll disarm the thrust reversers, and then as part of the approach checklist, we'll make sure to rearm them. So we have them. We always want to have them armed for takeoff and landing. Takeoff in case we have to reject, and then landing obviously to help us stop.
Okay.
So, yeah, Captain Tim says, yes, they will unlock very bad. So yeah, you want to turn those off when you're in the air in general.
You mean you won't just stop and go backwards?
Yeah, backwards in an airplane generally is very bad, and usually involves falling not with style. So
yeah, ungood.
Yeah, ungood. Yes, very ungood. To the right of that is our spoilers, and so obviously you have a range at which you can move these. So if you have these bound to an axis like I do, I can in flight easily use a little bit of spoiler, all the spoiler, however much spoiler I want to do, and these are all flight spoilers, so you can run them through the entire range because the ground spoilers are only going to deploy in the automatic system or manually through this switch over here.
Okay.
The throttles, or the flight levers, or the thrust levers, however you want to call them, have a couple different detents. So this is where it kind of becomes like an Airbus. And I'm going to go ahead and unlock one of these out of it. Actually, I'm already in the idle position. Why is that? I don't know why I was in idle already. So you have idle, you have a manual range all the way up to climb, and it should snap into climb. And then you have toga, and then max power. So max power is if you're really cool, or if you're in an emergency situation, you just need to firewall it. Don't leave it there for very long because you could burn your engines up.
Yeah. Big time.
And even toga, you only want it in toga until you're cleaned up on the flaps, and then you go back to climb power. And it basically should stay at climb power until you reach cruise, unless of course ATC levels you off. And then there's no auto throttle, so then you're going to be managing the throttle in this range to maintain cruise speed.
Okay.
All the way down. And then to kill the engines, these little gates, you click them and then drag the throttles down to the shutoff, and they lock them into that shutoff position. Now, I think the way I have my throttle set is it'll override that, so that's why they can easily jump out of there. But when we start the engines, we'll actually do that by hitting the thing and pushing the throttle up to the idle position. So I have a thing on my Bravo that does that in that exact position for me, so it's nice and easy. Yes, and Captain Tim makes a good point. So your power setting will be repeated on your PFD up here. There'll be a little green box that'll say CLB for climb, TOGA for toga, and I don't know if it says anything for max power actually, but at least those two are enunciated, so you can know you're in. And if your throttles are not aligned with each other, so if you have one in toga and one not, you'll get a weird like disconnect thing. So you know if it's just green in toga, they're both in toga, you're set, and you're good. So
okay, so for takeoff, you're in takeoff go around.
Yeah.
And then after you get off the ground, you've lifted your flaps, you've lifted your gear. Then you're going to go down to climb, stay there until you get.
And then stay there until And again, unless ATC levels you off early for something else, and you need to pull back so you don't overspeed. But yeah, otherwise anytime you're climbing, you're in climb detent at that point. So. Captain Rash says, a few weeks ago, a cargo plane in Toronto suffered reverser activation after takeoff. They lost 800 feet before taking things under control again and returned back to Toronto. Holy crap. That's not good. That brought down a lot of, was it a 767, I think it was? Back in the day, they had a reverser open up in flight, and it killed all the lift on the one wing. They lost control and ate it.
Oof.
So yeah, very bad. Very bad, especially when they're on the wing like that, because it'll dump all your lift off the wing. It's a little better when they're on the tail, I think, because at least it's not killing your wing lift, but it's still providing a really bad yawing moment. And
it's a good way to put you into a spin, and these don't like to spin very well.
Exactly. There will be blue carrots, as you can see on the engine display, of how far or not to run the engines up to as well. So. Fenrir came in with the Sky Raid. Thank you so much. Welcome on in. Okay, so moving on over, there is a metric altitude switch, which is a very odd position for this, if you ask me. But clicking that on, basically on your PFD, gives you the altitude in metric right below your altitude setting in feet. So if you're flying into Russia or China with the CRJ, you'll want to turn that on. Otherwise, we don't believe in metric here in America. We believe in freedom units. So
freedom units.
That is that's a communist switch right there. We leave that off.
Got it. Commie switch off.
Commie switch off. And then right next to it is the flap and slat lever with a couple different attempts. You have 0, 1, 8, 20, 30, and 45. 1 through 20 is you can be as fast as 230 knots through all of those flap settings. Once you get to 30, I believe it's 185 is the max speed, and then 45 is 170 is max flap speed. So,
is there a white arc on the speed tape?
Yes, there's a red. On the speed tape, you'll see a red, the red do not exceed speed kind of thing come down, and will hover right over. But it's good to know so that way you can make sure, hey, before we start doing any flaps, I'm below 230. And then I can go all the way to flaps 20, and then I need to get below 185. And those are all listed. If you look up here above the ND, you see airspeed limits. These are all listed right here. So,
baller. Okay.
So flaps 1, 1, 8, and 20, I'll say 230, 185 for flaps 30, and 170 for flaps 40. You get your maneuvering speeds and all that stuff. Never exceed speeds. They're all listed there. So nice, easy reference if you ever forget. But it's good just to have some of those just in your head, especially when it's busy. So.
Oh, yep, I see it. Yep. Very, very good. Okay, I got them all.
There we go. All right, we're going to move down to the pedestal, and then we'll be ready to start going through actual procedures here. Also, the armrests do click and move out of the way. Very helpful. So if that's in your way, you can click those and move them and do that. Starting at the top left, we have the RTU-1, which is the radio tuning unit.
Okay.
I said baller. What year is this? Hey, Meesticks. And so you tune your radios here.
I'm old, Meesticks. I'm old.
Your nav radios will auto-tune. You can see AUT in blue right there. That means the
Unicom.
Well, below the comm.
Oh,
the
ACT
nav one.
nav 1. Got it.
Yeah, AUT right there. In the blue below nav 1, where you see AUT, not ACT, but AUT.
AUT next.
In blue, yeah. That means it's an auto tuning, and that means the FMC is actually going to be auto tuning your nav radios, and so it will usually pull in your ILS frequency and all that stuff for you, based on what you set in the FMC, and we'll get into that. So that's helpful, but it's good to verify it here and make sure, and you can always override it if you need to. So you have where you basically click the little switch to box the frequency there, and then use the knob to change it, and then clicking that again will swap it. So now I just swapped the 1228 with the other one, and it looks like you just swapped it back. So there you go.
I did, yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So, but you can do the same thing with your nav and your comm, and then ADF, again, clicking on it, boxing it, and then changing it. The ADF you just tune directly. There's no like standby for it. So on the TCAS, so you may or may not be as familiar with the TCAS. That's the traffic collision avoidance system. Mainly used in the airliners, and that's to keep you away from other traffic. And so you'll get a squawk code if you're flying on the network. And with VFR, that squawk code's 1200, but in the big boy world, they'll give you a number. And to tune that in, we go ahead and click on that, and again, use the knob, and it does it on one knob controls the first 2 digits, and the other knob controls the other 2 digits.
Fun fact, it's 7700 to make friends.
Yeah, you make lots of friends that way. So you make jet friends if you squawk 7500, especially if you do that anywhere near Washington D.C.
Big facts.
Yeah, don't do that. Anyway, so that's there. If you click on this guy, this will take you into the TCAS mode over here. You can change some things from auto, standby, all this stuff. That's that TCAS auto ABS button over here. To bring this into active, because right now it says it's on standby right there, you have to come down here to where it says RTU 1 and 2. These are the overrides for the radio tuning units. You can turn them off, which you wouldn't want to do unless there was a problem. But right below that is the System 1 and System 2. And so putting System 1 on activates the TCAS in System 1. So if the pilot flying is the captain, you'd use number 1. If it's the FO, you'd use number 2. It's basically you have 2 transponders on the plane, and you can cycle between them, and that way, if one of them dies, you have a backup unit too. So
redundancy. Yep.
Redundancy. Yep. Redundancy. Between there is the radio panel. So selecting what VHF radio is on and volumes. Again, this probably not so much simulates anything with regard to VATSIM. It may select, and I think it does. I think I checked. It does select which ones are active for whether or not you're receiving, like on COM 2 or not. I think COM 1 just receives by default, even if you turn it off. But COM 2, you can turn that on or off if you want to listen to an ATIS on the other frequency or monitor the cat meowing channel, which is guard. But beyond that, and then you can also...
It happens a lot.
It does. In the real world, too, apparently.
No, in the real world, it happens a lot.
Yeah. And then you can also tune up the nav radio so you can hear the Morse code of the identifiers for those if you need to identify them like in the olden days. So that's where that is. Below that is the weather radar. So if it works, which I don't think it does, you would turn it on here. There's a test, and the way I don't think it works is not even the test function does anything. So I'm guessing it's just not modeled. But there's test, map, and weather right there. You can change the gain, but again, I think it's just you can play with them, but it won't really do anything. You have one for the captain and an identical one for the FO, and same thing with the radio panel and the RTU. They're mirrored images of each other for the captain and first officer on either side here. Coming down, we talked about this briefly. This is the RTU shutoff switches, the inhibit switches for the RTUs. You also have the backup standard comm right here.
Remind me to stop setting
Melvin Leroy coming in with a raid of 13. Thank you, Melvin. Captain Tim, don't take it personally. So if you lost your radio tuning units, you have a comm unit you can use right here, as well as a nav radio. So you can tune a comm frequency on the top and a nav frequency on the
You
bottom.
know, they say if you can't say anything nice, don't
so
say
a lot of
anything
times
at
I'll
all.
just flip that guy on when we're flying, just to have it on the ready.
Keep going. I don't know
And
where
then,
they
Okay.
but
Go
the
ahead.
RTUs are what you're going to use to do all that stuff.
Oh, I think there's a K in number.
Yeah, I mean, you're booked now? All right. Good Vixens, hello, welcome on in. Pentagon, welcome on in. Drobart, hello. Iowa Scotsman. Guys, get yourselves tickets to the giveaway. Exclamation point ticket Moose. Make sure you're a follower, as that's required to win. And we're giving away 2 free subs to the Moosestaffa channel. Below that,
Don't forget ticket Dwarven. It won't do anything, but do it anyway.
do it anyway, just for kicks and giggles. It'll make DwarvenEgg smile, and that's why we're here at the end of the day. So. Down below is the stab trim and the mock trim, and this is stuff we won't really activate until we're all powered up and going. We'll just basically hit these to activate them, as well as the yaw damper, and it will give us warnings if we don't do that those things are not active on that status page. So, but that's what those are.
Okay.
Down below, avionics and display fans should always be in normal unless there's a problem. Then there's a ground alternate, there's a flight alternate, and a standby. Again, probably not going to actually do anything, but immersion, so they're normal. Below that is our IRS switches. On some aircraft, this is an AHRS system or a GPS-based system like the Mad Dog has. In the Aerosoft version, it's an IRS, inertial reference system, and so they need to align up, and they take some time. You can change in the tablet under the options setting at the bottom of the first page. There's an IRS line time, realistic, quick, or instant. I set mine to realistic because if I do that first, it'll easily take me that long to set the plane up by the time they're ready to be aligned.
Okay.
Some people do quick and it's like a minute that it takes them. Instant obviously does it instantly. Realistic I think is like 6 to 7 minutes. So you'll usually take longer than that to set up the plane anyway. So it's usually doesn't matter to have it in realistic. Again, immersion, do what you want.
I like it.
Yep. And so to turn those on, we just set those. Whoops! As I hit the parking brake, we just set those to nav.
Got it.
The ATT system is if if you were to lose alignment in flight, and it will give you some ability to still use the plane using the artificial horizons and stuff. But it won't be nearly as accurate, and you won't have full LNAV features anymore and stuff like that. So typically, once you align a nav, never touch those switches again unless you want to have a fun struggle time. But the ATT, if you do accidentally take them out of alignment, you can't realign them in the air. So the ATT is your only option at that point.
Okay, good to know.
Yep. Behind that
Do not touch.
You do not touch, yeah. Behind that is your parking brake. And so in the up position, pulled out like that, parking brake's engaged. Down like that is disengaged, so we'll keep that engaged for the moment. And then behind that, on the back here, there's a emergency landing gear release. That's the LG pole deal right there. And the ADG is the air-driven generator. That's a little turbine that folds out of the wing in the event we lose our engines and electrics. And so we have a way of powering the aircraft and powering some hydraulics that way. And as we glide to the runway. So yeah, so
that's you're having a bad day if you're using
that's having a bad day, but it's good to have that if you're having a bad day. So you have an override control here on the ADG, and then the emergency flap deployment switch is right here. So again, normally in normal, you can override and deploy it a different way in deploy mode, and I think that just uses electric motors to deploy the flaps very slowly. Since if the hydraulics aren't enough, or you don't have hydraulics for whatever reason, it's an emergency override for the flaps.
Okay, so basically everything on that very bottom there, outside of the parking brake, you're having a bad time.
That's correct. That's correct. Something has gone horribly wrong if you're touching these, and so they should just be stowed as part of your pre-flight check. So we already kind of talked about everything on the FO side down to the weather radar, but below that is the control for the HUD. Like I explained to you earlier, I don't really use or understand the HUD very well, so we're going to just not touch this, but this is where you would change some of the modes on the HUD if you were going to use it.
Got it.
But that's
doesn't exist to me.
Yeah, that's where that is, so we'll play with that another time. Cargo FireX, so switches for the forward and the aft if you were to get an alert in the forward or aft cargo bays, and then this would be where you would deploy the agent for the selected system. Again, having a bad day.
Yep. Don't foam the cargo.
Don't foam the cargo. That's right. All right. In the middle, starting at the top here, we've got the flight deck door unlock, auto, and deny. So if you want to keep the riffraff out of the cockpit, obviously deny, and so on and so forth. Below that is all of our synaptic pages. So you got the primary, the statistics, the environmental control system, hydraulics, electrics, fuel, flight controls, anti-ice, doors, and then there's a select button because some of these have some options in there you can actually select. And then you have the CAS system, which is the crew alerting system. That's some of your alerting stuff up there. And then you have a menu, which you can bring up, and that's where you can fuel used reset. You can accept that using that select button, and so on and so forth. You have an up, down there, and a step button right there as well. So all things for controlling that display.
Okay.
Right below that is the aileron trim and the rudder trim. And what's cool about this airplane is if you look up at the statistics page, the stat page, you'll see a visual representation of the aileron trim and the rudder trim in green right there. Ooh. And if you move those out of the centered position, they'll turn white, and they turn green when they're centered again. So you can always know they're centered if they're green, and it makes it really easy for getting them out of alignment and then putting them back again and knowing they're centered. So you just wait till they go green again and they're essentially centered. Is it right alt to pop out the display? I was afraid to push alt. It doesn't work for me. I just did right alt. It doesn't pop anything out. Elron display for Scientologists. I'm not pushing the Elron hover button.
Don't. Well, there's going to be aliens and... Also,
this isn't a DC-10, a DC-8, so I think we're safe. His thing was they all look like DC-8s for some reason. Anyway, so that's your aileron rudder trim, and unless you're having a bad day of some kind, you probably want those centered. Lighting for the pedestal, again, display lighting. You got the integrated lighting, which is the back lighting, flood lighting, and then the circuit breaker panel lighting. So generally speaking, I usually turn all three of those up full because the flood lighting is not very bright anyway, and so I'll just usually bring them all up to full. That's how I run it anyway. Navy said he was a certified kook. I didn't need the Navy to tell me that.
Yeah, they kicked him out.
His writings told me enough. All I need to know. Hold right out and mouse over display. Click left button. I thought I just did that. So right alt. So my cursor goes to like a click spot, but it's not doing anything. So I don't know what's the deal there. It don't work for me. All right, so below that is the yaw damper and the yaw damper disconnect switch. Again, we're going to arm those when we're ready to go, and then you won't really ever touch them again unless you need to disconnect it for some reason. You have some calls, so the PA call, the chime, the call, the emergency. Again, this is more just for immersion.
Immersion?
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, I noticed they didn't do anything. I was kind of hoping for the...
I know, I'm kind of disappointed that we didn't get on the chime. It doesn't go the ding ding. Now, see, I have, you're not going to hear this, my stream will hear it. Of course, now it's not going to work. Come on.
Of course not.
I have on my sound, why is my sound box button not working? What?
You know, they say if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all.
That was a nice line. I wonder, is this not in the right folder?
Right. Yeah, keep going. I don't know where that came from.
I don't think it is. I think it put it somewhere else. Anyway, so I've got my own chime built into my stream deck, so I can do it my own way. But M. Stein, thank you for the follow, and Ningalora, or something like that, thank you for the follow. Apologies if I butcher your name. Get yourself tickets to the giveaway! Exclamation point, Ticket Moose. Yeah. You know I don't care if I'm a nerd. I wear it proudly.
Oh, yeah. We're AV nerds for sure.
Absolutely. We just got back from a convention. I mean, come on.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did.
There is no
question. I cosplayed.
That's right. You did. I thought about bringing my my boards and bars with me just to do it. But I thought,
Next time.
Now that I knew you'd done it, I was like, okay, I should have done it.
I even had a flight attendant, so... I felt like it made it a little better.
That's awesome. Okay, so coming down, we have some selectors for the displays and the ICASs. Again, if you were to lose one, you can switch it and just decide which controller is displaying. Again, if you lose a system, I don't know that any failures are really modeled in here, so I don't know that there would be an issue. But again, immersion.
Cool.
And then if you're the sad sap that has to jump seat on a CRJ, because we all know how big the cockpit in a CRJ is, here's your radio panel back here. Have fun, dude. So
Womp womp.
womp womp. The last thing to go over is the glare shield, and so starting at the left-hand side, and this is duplicated on the FO side, so the first part is going to be redundant, and then the center section. But we have the... trying to see what it says here. The roll and I think that's roll and pitch disconnect kind of things right here. This is not simulated. This was grayed out in the manual, so I'm assuming this doesn't actually do anything. Probably will never light up except as a light test. But you have your master warning light and your caution lights. When the plane is starting up and shutting down, these things will flash all over the place, and so a lot of people just turn those off so they're not bothered by them. But yeah, they will, anytime they're flashing, you just click them to clear them. Next to it is the guarded stall, and if you click and hold that, you get the stall, the stick shaker, and the stick pusher. And you see the yoke go forward when I do that.
Yep.
The next one is ground proximity warning. By pushing that, we'll get the ground proximity warning test. They'll do the pull up, terrain. It'll go through its whole test mode. When we did the FireX test, that's how we got these lights to light up. This is for the left-hand engine fire push and the bottle discharge. There's an equivalent to it on the right-hand side for the right engine, and on the right-hand side is the APU fire push and bottle discharge as well. So that's where those are if you have a fire in the engines or the APU. And then we have the mode control panel. This is the autopilot. And so just to kind of go over what your options are here, again, there's no auto throttle in this airplane. So we have the course 1 knob on the far left-hand side to set the nav course for doing ILS, or if you're going to manually tune the VOR, you would do that there. And then you have the flight director, the captain side flight director, which we always want to make sure is on before we go flying. Autopilot will not work, by the way, if the flight director's not on. The AP engage, which is the master autopilot button, and to disconnect it is the big AP disengage bar, which is right below it. Ooh, and again, very convenient if you set that up with a trigger on your flight stick or yoke or whatever, just for ease of disengaging autopilot in the event that it does something stupid, which is not out of the realm of possibility.
Nope, all the time.
That's right. So the transfer button, I believe, let me find the guy there. I think that does it. Yes. So it basically sets who is the pilot flying and their instruments as master. And the way you find out who it is if you look at the captain's PFD in the artificial horizon, right at the very top left corner, you see a little arrow pointing toward the captain's side. When I hit that transfer button, it's going to swap and point toward the FO's side. And the same thing on the FO. So that's, again, normally when you're flying the single pilot, you're flying the left-hand seat, so you don't need to mess with this. But if I'm flying in the right seat, then I would want to have that set to transfer, so it's my systems that are the master, basically.
Okay.
I didn't lose my idea. I have it over here somewhere. Back here. Speed, which is a little of a misnomer because there's no auto throttle, but basically this is the IAS hold. So your aircraft will pitch to maintain the speed you select in this mode. So if you don't have enough power to maintain the speed anyway, then it's not going to do anything. But if you have this set to 250 and you hit that and you have altitude dialed up here, the aircraft will climb and will maintain that climb pitch to hold 250 knots. So it will shallow or pitch harder depending on if you're going faster or slower. And that's generally how we'll climb out in this aircraft. And then obviously once we reach cruise altitude, it's on us because we can't pitch for speed anymore. And And so there we go. Below that is the turbulence button, and that is, I believe that reduces...
Your mother was a hamster, and your father smelt of elderberry.
Oh, they're taunting
now,
Dr. Cat,
go
not
away,
me.
or I shall taunt you a second time.
So, taunt. So the turbulence button there, it will. I know in most aircraft this will keep your speed reduced for fighting turbulence, but there's not an auto throttle, so I'm not entirely sure on what this is going to do, or if it just means it's going to kind of allow the autopilot to not try and hold an exact altitude. It'll be more fluid, so it's not fighting the turbulence as much. I'm guessing that's probably what that does.
That makes sense.
I've never used it, so yeah. Captain Tim says turbulence equals soft ride, so that's probably what that is. Your speed knob is right below the speed button, so that's where you select the speed you want to try and have the aircraft pitch to hold. Approach is where we'll use when it's time to couple the autopilot to the ILS. So it'll try and capture both a localizer and a glide slope, and we'll talk more about that as we get closer to using an ILS. Back course is right below that. This is a not very common thing anymore, but it's if you are flying a back course ILS, everything is reversed, and so you have to tell the autopilot that's what you're doing so it doesn't fly the wrong way. And these are very rare anymore. These used to be quite common, but they're not very common anymore, so you probably won't ever need to use that, but it's there. Heading mode is very self-explanatory. It follows the heading you have set. That's that purple line that you see on the ND right now, and I can change that by moving the heading selector around, and it will try and fly that heading. Nav mode will fly whatever nav system you have set, so FMS1 in this case. If we had it in the VOR, it'll try to follow the VOR. If we have it in VOR2, it'll try to follow my VOR over here, and so on and so forth. Again, it won't necessarily capture it right away, depending on if you're in an intercept angle or not. So it may arm this, like you see FMS1 is white, but it won't go green until it's captured. And so sometimes you can arm it, and then you've got to fly the airplane with heading mode to get it to where it'll actually capture it. So you always want to make sure the mode is green. That means you're actually in it. White is just armed. So
got it.
Half bank is kind of self-explanatory. The aircraft will only bank half as far in turns as it would otherwise. Again, this is kind of common to use up at like cruise. It can also be helpful if you're like in low speed regime and you don't want to have flaps out, and so you don't want to overbank the aircraft beyond 15 degrees because you really risk going beyond maneuvering speed or going underneath maneuvering speed and starting to fall out of the sky. So, but again, you can do that manually just by flying the aircraft. The alt mode is the altitude hold, and again, you can you can capture altitude using speed, or vertical speed. Those are your two options for going and chasing an altitude. But this is kind of like the alt hold button right here, and then I think this is a cancel to cancel the alt hold. This syncs up, and this is a IS Mach switch. So the center button here will switch between the indicated airspeed and the Mach speed on the speed. The heading, the center push is to sync the heading with your current heading, and the alt is to cancel. The push is to cancel the current alt mode. Single coil says half bank used for single engine ops as well. Gotcha, cool. The speed, select digit on PFD, show altitude. Yeah, so see, it goes between alt, and right now we're in pitch for roll pitch right now. Vertical speed will go into VS, and then you can roll the VS wheel here, and we'll show you on the PFD with a down arrow or an up arrow, whatever your vertical speed is set to. So right now 1.0, that's 1,000 feet a minute up, and so that would be 600 feet a minute up. And if I keep rolling, now we're down, so now we're 1,000 feet a minute down, 2,000 feet a minute down, and so on. So, which is really cool because all you have is a wheel here, so that's how you tell what your vertical speed setting actually is. All right, and then you have course 2 for the VOR2, which is the FO side, and the FO's flight director, and that is the cockpit. So
easy enough.
Easy enough, right?
I mean, basically, I'm the greatest pilot now.
Yeah, you're good. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and set up a flight only to do a practice here at Key West, just to give you some time to get the aircraft up, do a circuit, fly around, and land. That'll give you a good feel for the aircraft, and then we'll program a flight to actually go up to Miami. So the first thing we want to do is we want to set up the weight and balance, and we're just going to kind of set up an arbitrary one. So if you go over to your tablet and go over to performance, let's go ahead. I'm just going to kind of go with the numbers that it gave me right here. So I have 36, 260, 815, and 9862. Do you have something similar?
36, 118, 370, 4473. So let me just match it.
Okay, so go ahead 260 in the forward cargo. And you can either use those little tabs to move it up and down, or you can click on it and then delete and type in a manual number and hit enter.
Okay, 260. What was the other one?
815 on the aft cargo.
815 aft cargo and fuel.
Fuel is 9862. All right, see you, Moosesticks. And Will Kayak, thank you for the follow, by the way. Sorry.
Oh, what's up, Will?
Little heads down on the jet at the moment.
All right, yeah, we are matched.
All right, cool. So, the little quirk of this airplane is when you go to set this payload in the sim, you have to hit it twice. If you watch the little the green indicator dot over here, when you hit it once, it's gonna like move to a different position, and then when you hit it again, it'll move back to where it was when you had everything set. So go ahead and hit that twice. It didn't move much for me because my stuff was already where I had it. Yours will probably be a little bit more dramatic, or maybe a little bit more dramatic.
Super drama, and it is different than yours, but
really, how different?
It is. Okay, so I am just up and above the G in max takeoff weight.
Max takeoff is a G?
You see where your green is?
Right.
I am just above on the line and to the right.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, weird.
Yeah, that is weird. Okay. I mean, it's not a dramatic difference, so it's probably fine. Did you hit enter when you did your fuel amount?
I did. I'm at 98.62.
Okay, interesting. And you're at 36 passengers?
36.
Huh. Go figure.
Yeah, you have fatter people on board, I guess.
Apparently. That's, yeah, my goodness. All right. Well, I'm on board on mine, so that makes sense. That's probably the difference. So...
It's Gormfield.
It's Gormfield. It's Gormfield, that's right.
It's Gormfield's special packages.
Yeah. Captain Tim, this has nothing to do with SimBrief. This is all, we're not even using SimBrief right now. This is all just in the tablet. So, yeah, it should be the same, but go figure. All right, so the other numbers to take away from here really is obviously to make sure your weight is within the boxes here. So, obviously, we're above max takeoff weight. Or we're within max takeoff weight. Actually, you know, because we're gonna do a short flight, we're gonna need to take some fuel off because we need to be into closer to max landing weight. So I'm gonna move this down a little bit, and I'll have you take it to the same. So go down to 6862 actually.
6862?
Yeah, for the fuel. That'll get us so we're below the max landing weight because we're just gonna go up and around. We're not gonna burn a lot of fuel.
Oh, that's what.
Whoa.
I'm in kilograms. I'm in
kilos. Oh, you got to be in freedom units. My goodness.
Oh my gosh.
Undercover communist right here.
It's okay. You do not need to. Don't question me, American. I mean, comrade friend.
Uh-huh.
It's okay. We will go down 36 and 260. It's okay.
Yeah, you had a lot of fuel.
A whole lot. That makes a lot more
kilos.
sense. It's okay.
All right, that answers that. Communism influences strong, says Captain Marash. You discovered undercover KGB agent. Oh, I know. I had him in my stream. My gosh.
Daddy Putin says
that's true.
That no.
Captain Tim, we almost had a Gimli glider incident right there with the different units. All right.
Okay, we're okay now.
All right. So if you look over on the right-hand side, this is where you can set all those V speeds based on the runway conditions and the flaps. Generally speaking, I usually always use flaps 8 unless there's a real reason to use flaps 20. But you can set them all by just clicking set all, or you can go and manually do them. So I think for today's purpose, we'll just go ahead and do set all just to make it easy. And then all of our V speeds are set over there. But you now know how to do it the real way.
The real way, yep.
Should you so choose. So
yes, I get it. I understand now.
Exactly. So doors are already closed. We've already have the APU running, so we'll go ahead and just leave everything kind of buttoned up for now. Let's go ahead and just run a kind of a typical flow. And so we'll start up at the overhead panel, and we'll just kind of run through what everything should look like, what you're looking for as we go through that. So again, battery switch would be on at this point. If it's not, you would turn it on. Again, making sure all of our switches are dark on the electrical panel and all of our gen switches are set to auto.
Correct.
We would do our fire X detection, so go ahead and hit that and we'll verify that we get the fire okay. There it is, and we got our lights, so that's a good test. Hydraulics obviously dark as well. External lights, nav on, and that's the only thing except for if we want the logo on, you could do that too, which it is. So that's all good.
Burning out that bulb.
That's right. Up at the top, all the fuel pumps are dark, except for the 2 boost pumps are in op, they're off at the moment, so that's correct.
Correct.
Bleed air system is in auto and normal, so all that can just be there where it is. The APU is already running. We could start that if it wasn't, but it is, so we don't need to worry about that. At this point, you could also go ahead and turn on the hydraulic 3A pump on. So go ahead and do that. Some SOPs do that differently at different times, but the checklist, I think, has you do it early on like this, so we'll do it. At the very top, we would set the cabin pressure to, and there's 2 schools of thought on this too. So some people like to set the, Sim Caesar coming in with a big old raid. Oh my goodness. Guys coming in with Sim Caesar's raid. If you're a follower, type !ticket moose. Get yourself a ticket to the giveaway. 15 more minutes on round 2 of the giveaway. We are doing a instructional session with DwarvenEgg, teaching him the Jets by way of the CRJ. So welcome on in, guys. Spundot, Tim Dog, Ascended Gravity, James Price Aviation, Cold Nebo, Tim Dog coming in with a resub, 17 months. Thank you, my friend. Very kind of you. Cold Nebo, good to see you. Dr. Vape, hello. Let's see if I'm missing anybody else here. There's Sim Caesar himself. Peter Mooney, welcoming in. Scotty Tahati, good to see you. Let's see, Dr. Vape, Nick Gressler, you were already here.
The internet is
Eagle Eye, I'm not sure if you were already here, but I think you were. And Sky Tahati gifting a sub to Spundot. Thank you very much, Scotty. Very kind of you.
Yep. We're finally where we belong.
Don't worry if you type Ticket Moose and it doesn't return a result. It just means you already have a ticket or you can't spell. One of the 2. Unfortunately, there's no way to know which is which unless you can learn how to spell quickly. All right. So let's see, where were we? Oh, the hydraulic pump. Oh, yeah, sorry, cabin pressure. So there's 2 schools of thought here. You can set this to the current field elevation, and that way your pressurization is set. So if you had to make an emergency return back to the field, and that's what I like to do, or you could set this to your destination. In our case, the destination and the return field is the same because we're going to do a pattern. So it's already set to 0, so we don't really need to do anything with it, but that's what you would do there. Air conditioning, if you don't have external air connected, you want to make sure you have that APU running, and therefore the air conditioners and the recircs on. They're already set on. We did that earlier, so they're set. And by the time you close the back cargo door, that's when we turn on the aft cargo condition. And again, it's already closed up. It's on, so we're good there. On the anti-ice panel, we'd want to make sure the windshield anti-ice is set to low. And all the other switches are off unless for some reason we need anti-ice, but we don't have any bleed air sufficient enough to provide us anti-ice anyway, so everything else should be off. It should just be the windshield in low. Miscellaneous lights you can set as your preference. The landing lights, taxi lights should all be off right now because we're not moving the airplane yet. We don't have the engines on, so you can go ahead and switch those off. There you go. And the no smoking light should always be on. We are already boarded, essentially, so you can go ahead and hit the seatbelt sign to on.
Yep.
There you go. By the way, auto typically in most planes will kick on whenever the slats come out, and will stay on for that. So right now the slats are out, so bring into auto, they probably wouldn't activate. But as soon as we move the flap position at all, then they would kick on until we raised them up. And then the emergency lights are armed, so there we go. Yes, this is a shared cockpit. So, all right, moving on down, we would go start with the, on your side, you would start with the oxygen and test the oxygen mask over there and make sure it's working. I would do the same thing on my side. So we can hit the little test there, and I'll hit the test on my side. Test our oxygen mask. And then you would proceed to set up your switches over on your, we're going to call that the side panel there. We kind of already set all yours up, although what we don't have is the current altimeter setting for the field. So I'm going to go ahead and grab that off of
ATIS.
ATIS. Well, you can get it off ATIS. I'm going to do it a faster way. KEY
Oh, we got flow?
I got flow.
Yeah, love that flow.
3001 is our altimeter setting. So go ahead and set yours on your side. I'll set mine on my side. I don't know if they're connected or not.
I do not know if they are.
I just set mine to 301, and yours is still 92. So no, they're not. Perfect.
Hang on, I gotta. There we go. 3001.
Yep, 3001. I'm gonna turn up my lightings and my floods and my floor lights so I can see my spilled Mountain Dew. And the rest of that looks good there. And so once we got the side panels all configured, whoa, Dr. Vape joining the, I gotta change that from the Moose Crew to the Moose Lodge, but joining on YouTube. That's a YouTube sub right there. Thank you, Dr. Vape.
Oh, let's go.
And let's also go ahead and change the standby horizon to the 3001 as well.
I changed it on mine. I think you have to do it on yours.
Okay, so I'm going to do it on mine. Got it. All right. Done. Right. And then coming down the center pedestal, we would just be making sure the gear is in the down position. Obviously, all of those switches, we could run through tests on those. I typically don't worry about it too much. It's more of a first flight of the day kind of thing.
Yep.
I would do the lamp test, which is hitting that on and just kind of verifying all of my lights are turned on everywhere. We don't have any burned out. Again, I don't think that's actually simulated to do it, but immersion. And so when we click that back off. Coming down.
Lights on?
Yep, coming down the pedestal. Did you say the lights are on?
Yep, all lights were on.
Oh, okay. And they're off now, right?
Yeah, off now.
Okay, good. You said that right as I flipped it off, so I'm like, wait, are we off out of sync?
Oh, that would suck.
That would suck. Really, Kevin? I thought I killed. I forgot to kill Look because that's another long one. I didn't block that one. I know I should have. I'm going to now though. Commands. You exposed a weak link. Let's see, I gotta find it. Where is it at?
Congrats, you found a good one.
You've defeated me. There we go. Won't happen again.
Cue Mario death sound.
There we go. All right. Coming on down, we would check and make sure we could. At this point, you could actually set the thrust reversers into armed. Since we're safely on the ground, it doesn't matter if they were activating now anyway. So go ahead and put those on. They are just to the left of the spoiler handle. There you go. Yep, we can go. And then verify the spoiler is all the way in the down position, which is all the way forward, which it is. The thrust levers are all in the shut-off position, which they are on my screen anyway. We can make sure the anti-communist switch is in the off position. Not that it matters.
Yes, it's off.
And the flaps should always be, and this is before you put power on the airplane, the flaps should always be in whatever position the flaps are outside the aircraft. So if you were to approach the aircraft and see the flaps were in about the 20-degree position, you'd want to make sure the flaps were still in a 20-degree position in the plane, so that way when you apply power, they don't suddenly start to try and move and can hurt somebody. So generally speaking, if they're up, then you should expect them to see in the 0 position. And the sim, that's where they always will pretty much be. So, all right, moving down the panel, you just want to make sure the RTUs, the radio units are on, and your radio panel is set up as you would need it. Again, we're not on VATSIM today, so nothing really to do there, but you can make sure the squawk is set to whatever, if you've got a squawk code yet. Weather radar should be off. I don't usually activate the transponder until I'm ready to start moving and starting engines, so right now it's on. We can just leave it on, but that's when I would usually do that. And then we'd also want to make sure we turned on the nav system, which we already did that, so those are already on and aligning.
I'm gonna die!
And verify the parking brake is on.
You have a
I'm just trying to find all the longer... That's one I probably should have killed too.
For all you know, I just come in.
Although it's kind of appropriate for what we're doing today.
Also, great movie.
Fantastic movie, yes. Let me get my protractor. Do it. Okay, and that's pretty much the general pre-flight prelim check. Next thing we're going to do is program the elusive FMC. So go ahead and go down to your FMC there.
Alexander.
All right.
And we're going to verify, first of all, on this first page, the status page, you want to verify the AirRec data is correct. This is a question I forgot to ask you the other night. Are you using any data from like Navigraph or anything?
Not. I mean, I have Navigraph. I've got all that, but I'm not using it now.
Well, I mean, not the charts, but so what does your active database say? What's the date? Under DA World.
Yeah, DA World 07 October 03 November 21.
Got it. Okay, yeah. So you're on old data. So I'm on new data. So that could be fun when we fly to Miami, but at least we know about it and we'll be fine. But that's what you want to be checking, is making sure your data was at least as up to date as you have purchased it. If you have Navigraph, I'll show you afterwards how to do that, so you can make sure that's up to date.
Okay.
Then you have because flying the airliners, especially on VATSIM, it's not as big a deal when you're not flying online. But if you're flying on VATSIM, keeping it as up to date as close as possible is definitely very helpful, because they might give you SIDs and stars with points that don't exist in your database if you're too out of date, and then that becomes a problem.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. So. All right. So that was the first check you always want to do, is make sure your database is correct. Go ahead and hit the soft key for pause init.
Okay.
All right, and here's where we start to input our flight. So our airport, our destination and arrival airport, or sorry, this is for aligning the system. So go ahead and put in the ICAO for Key West.
So I hit airport and then...
Oh, no, you actually have to type it
just...
in first. So hit clear first, because it says not found right now. Oh, no, never mind, you are typing it in. I guess you are doing it. So KEYW, there we go. Now put it on the air. There we go. And then go ahead. I think I'm going to do this on
next page.
Yeah, next page. I think is where the GNSs are. Yeah. So just pick one of the GNSs and then go ahead and paste that into the previous page where all the empty boxes are.
Okay,
I hit execute, I believe, right?
Well, no, previous page first.
Get into trouble.
Or did you go back already?
Feels like I'm
Nope.
wearing
Okay, yeah, I got it.
There you
okay.
go. Now put it in
Nothing at
set
all.
position
Nothing at
on the right
all.
side there.
Stupid sexy
Got
flavor.
it.
There you go. Yep. And now so our IRS was already aligned, so now it knows that's the position it's aligned to. So up until now, it hasn't really known where it is. It just knows it's ready to go. So now it knows where it is. That's good. So go ahead and hit flight plan now. So the bottom stuff is kind of a guide to kind of show you how to go through the pages. And at a certain point, it will kind of discombobulate here. But for the most part, at least the first part, it gets you through on its own. So our origin and our destination is going to be the same for this first flight. So KEWY, or KEYW, sorry. Yes, thank you, Tim. It is almost time to reset the Moose ticket system. Let me go and prep that while he's doing that. Yeah, you can put that on the destination side too.
Got it.
Okay, we'll be ready for that. Did you put it in the destination side?
I did. It's not popping up for you, though.
It is not, so I'm going to help it. There we go. All right, cool. So now we have that, and so we're not going to do a whole route because we're just doing the up and back. And so what we want to tell it, though, go ahead and execute what we did so far. And so what we'll do now is we'll go into departure arrival. And while you're doing that,
okay.
I'm going to verify the weather one more time because I wasn't looking at the winds. So the winds right now are 150 at 5, and so I think we're going to be probably taking off easterly, essentially. So go ahead and do runway 9 for our departure.
Yep.
And then go ahead and execute that.
Got it.
And then go where it says departure arrival index over on the left-hand side. Go ahead and hit that guy. Go to arrival now. And we're going to pick an arrival, which just go ahead and do the RNAV for 9.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering, RNAV execute.
Yeah, and just execute that. And that's going to basically be our flight plan. We're going to mostly hand fly this, but at least the computer has an idea of what we're kind of thinking about doing. And so it's not going to be totally lost and confused. So once we've done that, you can go ahead and hit the flight plan button there again on the lower right.
Yep.
And help it on mine, apparently. And then now you can go to Perfinit.
Hold on, let me hit flight plan, Perfinit. Got it.
Yep, Perfinit. And so here is where you can set your stuff. Now you can also have this set to, in the settings, you can have the tablet automatically download the information into here. I don't like to do that. I like to put stuff in it myself. And
sure.
So, but the main stuff you want to enter, because some things will override other things, is the fuel amount, the cruise altitude, and the zero fuel weight. Those are like the 3 you want to absolutely do. And so you can get those numbers off the tablet and just put those in. While you're doing that, I'm going to restart the next round.
Sure. Okay, let's see. Under performances? Yeah, there we go. So it would be just the fuel that we had then, right?
Yeah, the fuel.
Oh, no, never mind. Zero fuel weight, 5379.
Well, yeah, on fuel, the fuel number on the left-hand side there, that's where you just put the amount of fuel we have. The zero fuel weight number is where you'll put the zero fuel weight. And that one's the only one that's not a set of boxes, but you need to enter that one anyway.
Right, okay. Let's see.
Next round of the giveaway is opening, guys. Exclamation point, Ticket Moose.
We don't have an altitude.
So I'm going to wait on that one. Did you put the fuel in already?
Fuel is 6862, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 6862 fuel.
And then whatever the zero fuel weight is off the tablet there.
ZFW is 53709.
Okay. And that'll go on the right side where it says ZFW. Yep. And it'll calculate our gross weight based on the fuel and the zero fuel weight.
Oh, nice.
Yep. And now cruise altitude, go ahead and put 5,000. Since we're just doing a simple pattern, I always just use 5,000 for the cruise. There you go. And go and execute that.
Execute it.
And then go ahead and we're not going to really fill this in right now because we're not doing like a full-on route, but go ahead and go to the next page because you can see at the top this is 1 of 3. So here's where you can put in your climb, cruise, and descent wind. We're not really going to worry about this because we're just doing a pattern.
Right.
And then the next page, I think, will give us a place to do reserve fuel. Yeah. So taxi fuel and reserve fuel, all that stuff, you can enter that stuff in. So if you're doing a full-on flight, we would want to put all that numbers in as well. But for just the pattern stuff, we're not going to worry about that. So go ahead and hit VNAV setup right there. On the lower right there. And here's where we would just be verifying our numbers. We could also change these if we wanted to climb at different speeds. But you can see our speed below 10,000. We have a limit of 250 knots, which is the pretty standard limit. Our transition altitude is set to 18,000, which in the U.S., that's what it's always going to be. But if we were flying in Europe or somewhere else, we'd want to change that to whatever the transition altitude is. That way it would know when to blink at us and get our attention, say, hey, dummy, change us to standard. And then the climb speed right there, 290 and Mach 0.74, that's what the plane is going to, the efficient speed to climb out at. And so that's just good for you to know and make sure you're targeting that when we're setting our climb power once we're above 10,000 feet. So 290 until we transition to Mach, and then it'd be 0.74. Of course, for this flight, we're not going to worry about that because we're not going to get that high, so it doesn't matter. But that's where you would find all that stuff. So you'd always want to go through the VNAV. And if you scroll through the next page, it'll take you to the VNAV cruise page where you can set your cruise speed. And I think the next one's the descent page is the last one. So again, just good to know where those things are. And where to set those so you have that information. So if your transition flight level is different, especially if you're flying in Europe, this is where you would set your flight level transitioning back down for doing that. So, okay. So at this point, you can go click the perf.init back, because I think that's pretty much done. Go ahead and hit perf.init down at the bottom.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. I see it.
Yep, there you go.
Got it.
Yep, and that just takes you back to here. And that's pretty much everything done and dusted. The other thing I always want to do is on the physical buttons now, hit the MFD menu. It's right above the number pad in the middle.
There it is.
And you see where it says at the very bottom, off, on, VNAV, and comp?
Yep.
Switch that to be VNAV. Hit that soft key until VNAV is green. What that'll do is that'll give you an advisory VNAV, basically give you a top of descent point, and it'll also give you a cue on your PFD how fast to descend, and it'll give you what we call the snowflake to show you if you're above or below your descent profile. It won't couple the autopilot to it, so you have to do it manually, but it'll give you the visual cues to get a good descent rate and make sure you're descending down in time.
Okay.
So without doing that, you'll have no VNAV references, and you've just got to do math in your head. So.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Yeah,
we're pilots, not mathematicians.
Exactly. Mustix has gone to bed, so he's not here to do it for us. So we definitely don't want to do it ourselves. The cost index isn't in perf in the CRJ. I don't think there is a place to put cost index in the CRJ. Yeah, I don't think there is. I think you just have to kind of guess the numbers yourself, I think. Because I have not seen it. So.
Yeah, we'll just start over. We got, we're well above. We got plenty of time.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so go ahead and hit the legs page, the physical legs page button there.
Legs page.
Right below flight plan on the physical buttons.
Up, legs, got it.
And again, this will give you we got a whole bunch of discontinuities because we're not doing a full-on flight plan, but we can go and move stuff over as we get to in flight. We're probably going to do mostly of this visual, and that's fine. There's no ILS here, so there's no practicing that at this point, so we'll have to do that when we go to Miami.
Okay.
But we'll at least get the feel for the airplane. It's actually for the best anyway, because then you can really feel how the airplane flies and get it down that way. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move, because right now I think I have control, so I'm going to give you control.
Nope. I heard a click.
That's fun.
Heard a beep.
Stall thing is going nuts on me when I did that, but okay. There we go. So it's your controls now. And
My
so
controls.
we're going to walk through the startup, and we'll taxi on out of here. And I think we're just going to have to use like the standard Microsoft pushback, because I don't think GSX is going to play nice with your controls. I feel like that's a bad idea. So let's just not even tempt the wrath of whatever from high atop the thing, and we'll do it ourselves. So we're all buttoned up. We're going to go ahead and we're on the APU. So let's go ahead and put the beacon on.
All right, beacon is on.
There we go. And then go ahead and call for push, and I think that is the right side control P, I think, or shift P. It's one of the two. There should be a big tug that starts moving when that happens.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get ATC.
Actually, you don't even have to do it through the ATC. You can just do the shift P thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Try doing it that way, and let's just see if we can get it that way. And then let me know if the tug moves, because I don't think I'll see him on my
It's
screen.
moving.
Okay, good. So we'll just let him go, and hopefully, when he starts pushing us, then I'll move too. So.
Let's hope. Fingers crossed.
That's right. When he starts to push us, go ahead and pull the parking brake off. He'll start to push us regardless, but wait until he starts actually moving us. It's a little bit of immersion killer, but it's okay. The other thing, while we're waiting for Mr. Pushback, if you look at the tablet under the performance page, there should be a trim setting. GY Magurowski, thank you for the follow. Get yourself a ticket to the giveaway. We can't because there's all this crap in the way. This scenery has all kinds of crap in the thing, so we're gonna. Hey, I am moving. Go ahead and release the parking.
All right, release.
Oh, you did release. But, oh, our chocks are in place. That's why. I forgot about that. On the aircraft settings. Oh, it says removed now on mine. Does it say removed on yours? There we go.
Now we're moving.
There we go.
Now we're moving.
I was like, I know we should be moving faster than this. So we'll just let him push us back a little ways here until we can like safely make a 180, and then we'll stop the push. So. Yep, good job, Dr. Cat. You nailed it. You nailed it. 1 in a million. So much crap on the ramp. All right, at this point we can make a 180 to the left. So go ahead and stop the push. Set the parking brake. Bingo. Sweetness. Okay, so at this point, let's go ahead and do engine start. So we got the beacon on already. And so it's real simple to start the engines because it's going to go ahead and turn off air conditioners and stuff as needed on its own. But you do need to make sure you have pneumatic pressure for starting, so you always have to be running the APU or have an external start cart. I don't think the start cart is modeled with this guy anyway, so it's got to be the APU. So APU's running. Go ahead and hit the fuel boost pumps right and left up at the top.
On.
And then right engine start first.
Right engine
Bingo.
start.
And now you're going to look down at your engine synoptic. You've got N1 ITT, which is interturbine temperature, and N2, which is your high compressor and your HP compressor and HP turbine, high pressure. When that gets above 20%, go ahead and unlock the right throttle and push it up to idle, which you can do at any time now. There you go. Bingo. And then after a moment, that will continue to spool up. Fuel will be going. If that doesn't happen, and after a moment, you'll see the ITT rise too. But if it was to kind of stall out there on the N2, even after doing idle, your number one culprit is your boost pumps are not on, because that will totally keep you from starting your engine.
Oh, okay.
So, and I know that because I did that the other night.
That would exactly be something I would do.
All right, and as the engine stabilizes, so just kind of watch and usually around the time the N1 gets to around 21 or so % there, temperatures are kind of stabilized. That's a good start, so we can go up and start engine number 1.
Starting engine 1.
Miss California.
%. 20%, moving to idle.
Perfect.
You know, they say if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. I'm sorry. Yeah, keep going. I don't know where that came from. Go ahead.
It would be Mamodian, but that's how we learn.
Oh, I think there's a K
And so
in
the next time he'll be much faster. The first time you gotta walk, you gotta crawl before you can walk. So. Number 1 coming up to full power. You'll hear clickings going off, and the air conditioner is starting to come back online because it's rerouting all the air. So there we go. We got 2 stable engines. So up at the top, we would go ahead and hit the available button on the APU to turn it off.
To me, it looks like the right engine rolled back.
Oh, really? Hang on. Let me see. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, no, it's showing fine for me. Is your thrust lever in the idle position on the right side?
Yeah, I hit it again. Just
Okay.
It might be one of those.
Yeah, it could just be a buggy bug.
Yep, I'm at 25%. I believe that is again. Yep, 25 on the left, 2531 3.0. Yeah, it may have been just that the right engine decided it was going to be.
Okay. Are you full power? Are you
ready.
power on both now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So go ahead and kill the APU by pushing on the available light up there.
Yeah. Hold on one second. I'm just letting the right engine spool.
Oh, I got you. I thought you meant they were both back up now. So.
No, I had to. It's spooling.
Yeah, I got you. Cold Nebo. Only if you win.
Alright, and I can kill the APU?
Yep.
Dead.
Perfect. And then the APU is going to roll back. Once the APU is rolled back, so this I would just let it go until maybe we're on the taxi. But then we'd also reach up at a certain point and hit the power fuel button, and that will close the flap on the APU. But you don't want to do that until the APU is fully spooled down, so we'll just let it go for now. Did you have a chance to go find that trim setting over in the tablet on the performance page?
Oh, trim setting.
I kind of got distracted by parking brakes when you were looking, so.
Flap setting 8?
No, so underneath the weights over there should be a line that says trim on the left-hand side.
Under performance, or?
Yeah, performance. So it'll be in green, so it'll be TO trim. And
TO trim, 5.8.
5.8, yeah. So use your trim, and you can look at the readout on the stat page over here on the top right. Right now it's at 7.5, so you'll want to change that to be 5.8 if you can.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, other way.
Yep.
Right there. Whoop. Down
Whoop.
slightly. There you go.
There we go.
Woohoo! All right.
My N2 and my right engine
is rolling back again.
No, it's not. It's just it's real high.
Try pulling your move your thrust lever up and then put it back to idle and see if that it may be trying to fight with mine maybe from before. See if you can do anything with it.
It will not allow me to move.
Oh, mine's moving it. Interesting. Why do
Is it my control or your control?
It says Dwarven is in control at the moment. So I can try taking control back and then give it back and see if that does it. Let's try that.
Yeah. Try that.
Alright, so I'm back in control. I have control. Okay. And then give control. Alright, you're moving now. Try the throttles. Did you, by any chance... Oh! Uh-oh. Well, now we lost all power.
Uh-oh.
That's fun. Did you have throttles working before we connected, or did you try it?
No, they're working now.
Oh, there they
for
are.
me.
Yeah. Okay. That's fun. All right. So I'm gonna restart the Apu because we're gonna have to refire the engines. That's fun. Hilarious.
Good times.
Hilarious. This is where it could get shady.
We could, for sake of time, go for ready for taxi.
Oh, you know what? That's a good point. Yeah. Go ahead and hit that. Let's go.
Yep.
That'd be faster. Good call. So we know how to start the engines now. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
Just for sake of time.
All right. Try manipulating your engines and make sure they don't shut off again.
I have no authority.
Uh-huh. Oh, there.
Oh, okay. I do
You
if...
have one authority.
No, I do have authority as long as I manipulate them this way.
Did you hit ready for taxi, or is it... Or do I need to do
Ready
that
for
too?
ready for taxi.
Okay.
I hit ready for
I
taxi,
probably need to do that too. There we go. Okay, engines are coming back up for me now. Should be here in a moment. Gear disagree. No. Bring that back down. Throttles work when only when they're off, yeah. Alright, this should come up for me in a moment.
Okay, so that might be the glitch.
Could be, yeah. Hopefully that's as bad as it gets, and then we're beyond it.
I'm at 60.3.
Mine's still running up right now, so it'll...
Okay.
Yeah, because I didn't...
Let's hope.
Yeah, once it all comes to fruition, we'll see what happens here. What I am concerned about is that it reset all the FMCs. Yeah, it did. So I'm going to reprogram this real fast.
Yeah.
Oops.
Oh, that's neat. Your FMC is being manipulated. Mine is not.
Oh, that's fun. Okay, well, I'm going to manipulate yours then, because that's the one that I want to make sure is working. Let me do index, position init. Okay, it has that at least. All right, good. KE, let's go to 4 here. KYW, boom, execute, departure arrival, runway 9, execute, arrival, RNAV.
I don't want to brag, but my Civic doesn't do that.
But you're what?
Momo Dion, he said, I don't want to brag, but my Civic doesn't do that.
Your Civic doesn't fly either, so I don't want to hear any lip. Perfinet. Okay, it's got those numbers. 5,000. Can you look over at the tablet and tell me what the zero fuel weight was again? I've got the
Absolutely.
Fuel. I have the fuel
Let's
in
see.
here.
The performance. 53709er.
Beautiful. Execute. You don't need to worry about the rest of it. That. And back to legs. Okay, cool. That should be essentially done. And all right. So at this point, down on the pedestal, you'd go ahead and hit the stab trim and mock trim switch, but I think it's already done because they're out. But the yaw dampers still need to be hit. So just hit with the 2 yaw damper switches there in the middle of the center pedestal.
Let's see, yaw damp.
Beautiful. All right, and that's all configured. We're transponding. So bring the flaps down to 8, so 2 notches. Beautiful. And that should all be in already. Yes, they are, because we're ready for taxi.
What does your N2 say?
My N2 says 60.
Okay, cool. Mine as well.
Cool.
Just making sure we're in the...
Yeah, the same place now.
Yeah.
Okay, so taxi lights are already on. Unless you have a tiller axis, you're going to use your rudders to steer the aircraft. Oh, the trim.
As usual.
The trim moved back. Put the trim back to 5.8. That reset when we lost everything.
Okay. Whoop. Wrong one.
That's the gear.
Whoop.
That's the spoilers.
Oh my god.
That's the
Oh
gear
my
again.
god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I hear something clicking when you're doing something. I don't know what's.
Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Oh, there we go. Oop, too far.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's
5.8. Right there. There we go. Oh, we got a hydrate and a stretch from Dr. Cat.
Oh, will do. Will do.
Gladly. All right, cool. All right, so try advancing your thrust levers. Let's see if that works. Yay! Okay, no, not that far. All right, go ahead and take the brakes off and just give it a little bit of power, and we're going to turn to the left to get off this crazy ramp.
All right. Let me take a look down here and see what we're doing. And we're going to 09, correct?
Correct. You're basically going to do like
Okay, that's behind us.
a whole like 360 here, but there was crap in the way the other way, so you could go down to this taxiway here and then turn to the left, and that'll work, I think. You're doing it, Peter.
Oh, that brings back memories.
Right? Love that movie.
Great movie.
Hook. Have to fly. Have to fight. Have to crow.
I'm sorry. I'll miss that actor forever.
Right. All right. So yeah, just take us all the way down to the other end. Take me down to the other side.
Oh, I thought you were going to take me down to a paradise city.
Well, that works too. We're actually kind of down near Paradise City at this point.
We are.
Redeem, turn off the PC and reboot. Pish posh, Myoru. Pish posh. None of that here. None of that.
I know I've said I had Tobii a bunch of times at this point, but bro, you have to get one.
Oh, I have one.
Oh, do you? It's the greatest.
I do. I
It
love
is the greatest.
I don't use it very much with the airliners in Flight Sim. I use it more with the GA because when I'm moving around and pushing all the buttons and trying to fight with my eye line to find the button and get it, I'm faster with the hat switch at this point because that's what I grew up with. And so, but it's I absolutely love it for Truck Sim though. It's a game changer for Truck Sim. I absolutely love it for that. But it's great for the GA stuff.
I haven't done Truck Sim because I know me, and I'll spend too much. Like one sim at a time.
sim at a time. So that's why I need flights with Joel to teach me helicopters, because that's the next thing I want to learn. I try to fly helicopters and I suck at it.
Oh, he's so good at it too.
I know. So I need him to. I'm going to teach him how to set up his controller, and then I'm going to insist he teach me how to fly the dumb thing.
The other day, I saw him do a really cool auto rotate, and I was like, oh, it's just so satisfying to watch.
Yeah, I bet.
Love this. Once you get this thing in, moving, you just set it back to idle, and
yeah, it'll just work along for the most part, unless you got to go up a hill or something. But yeah, and sometimes you might even find some of these aircraft, these jets, even at idle, you'll find you'll have to kind of tap the brakes occasionally because it'll actually try to speed up even at idle. 787 is famous for that. If you're not that heavily loaded, it will absolutely run away from you at taxi, at idle.
Wow.
And that's the real airplane will do that. That's how powerful those engines are.
Yeah, monsters.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, if you're on taxiway doing more than 20, you're in trouble.
Unless you're Southwest, then you can do 30. Good old Southwest taxi.
I love waiting until landing in a aircraft to figure out whether or not we had a Navy pilot or not. They tend to slap the deck.
Yeah. Go ahead and hold at the hold short line here, and I'll just go over a few things before we take off. No, we're not doing a Southwest taxi. We're just talking about a Southwest taxi. We're good pilots. Perfect. All right, so
we're Spirit Airlines over here.
That's right. So what I did while you were taxiing, I hit the flight director, so the flight director's on, and you notice normally it would say pitch roll. It says TOTO because on the throttles here, there's that little a button on either side of the throttles. That's the takeoff setting. So you want to punch that so your flight director shows a pitch up attitude. If you don't do that, your roll attitude will match whatever your setting is, but your pitch attitude until you set like speed hold or something won't help you at all. So this will give you a help for the initial climb out, the flight director. And then just to make sure you're aware of it, so you got the speed tape over on the left-hand side. That's going to start to climb up as we get above 40 knots there. You're going to see, I'll call out your V-speeds for you, so don't have to worry about that, but you'll see them indicated in blue. Once we lift off, your altitude tape is over on the other side. Once you notice that we're positive rate, you can go ahead and call gear up, and I'll raise the gear for you. And then below that, you've got your HSI, your horizontal situation indicator, and next to it on the right is your vertical speed indicator. So you probably don't want to climb out too much beyond like 20. Well, we're going to be pretty light right now, but like 2,500 feet per minute to 3,000 feet per minute is probably the top end you want to go. But just whatever feels comfortable. Once we're above 1,000 feet or so, go ahead and drop the nose. We'll start to accelerate, and we can start cleaning up the aircraft.
Okay.
And we're going to do this pretty much sans autopilot, just so you can kind of get a feel for the aircraft. And when you go to rotate, with this one especially, don't give it too much back initially. Go real slow because you might be surprised at how fast this guy lifts off the ground, as opposed to...
Okay, so it doesn't have that stick. Like, it's not Velcro.
No, the nose will want to fly off the ground a little bit on this aircraft. So the aircraft as a whole may not want to, in which case you could strike the tail. So that's why I said just kind of ease pressure back and just kind of feel. We got a good amount of runway for the amount of power we have, so we should be okay. So go ahead and line us up with the runway, and I'll go ahead and flip on all the landing lights here and the strobe light. And do you want to do a left-hand pattern or a right-hand pattern?
Right hand's for helicopters, so let's fly left.
Okay, left it is.
Do you know why it's left for an aircraft?
I don't.
PIC, pilot in command, sits in the left seat, whereas in a helicopter,
they sit the right.
PIC sits on the right.
Oh, makes sense.
Look at that! I taught you something.
There you
today.
go.
Oh,
look at that.
hey.
See, learning goes both ways.
This is a whole education station over here.
That's right.
All right, now let's roll out a little bit. Make sure our wheel is straight.
The 87
We
people that are
are
in here right now
lined
should feel
up.
very privileged. Excellent.
I
Yeah.
mean, well, they're here with us, so I mean
right.
that's pretty
So it's
privileging.
already like Christmas morning. So, all right. So all you're gonna do is you're gonna stand the throttles up to about halfway or so. Let the engine stabilize, and then slowly push them. You'll hear them click into the climb, and then click them one more into toga. You should see the green toga on your PFD, and at that point, don't move them anymore. But keep your hands on your throttles, one hand on your
Always.
yoke, and until I call V1, because at that point, then we're committed, and you take your hands off the throttle.
Got it.
All right.
All right.
Whenever you're ready, sir, take us into the air.
Rolling. Climb. Toga.
I don't know what it's master warning about, but I'm going to ignore it. Config flaps. They are configured, so I don't know what it's talking about. We're going to ignore it. Airspeed's alive, 80 knots.
Heard.
V1. Rotate.
V1. Rotate.
Yeah, see what I mean?
Oh yeah, she does want to climb right away.
Positive rate. Gears coming up.
You're up.
Ignore her.
Guys, I promise we're not about to land.
All right, that's 1,500 feet. Go ahead and drop the nose a little bit. We'll start to accelerate. And we'll go ahead and go flaps 1. And flaps up.
Flaps up.
And you can go ahead and bring us into climb descent now.
Oh.
Bingo.
Climb.
Beautiful. All right. And you can keep climbing in the turn if you want to start turning this around toward the airport. And actually, I'll go ahead. Oh, shush. Terrain.
You gotta hit that terrain button for me?
So I just hit the heading selector for you, so the flight director should be helping you now in a sense as it comes around.
There's a little bit of a violent level off there, but that's
There
fine.
is, and we also didn't set the 5,000, so that was why the flight director wasn't helping either. There we go.
This way.
Alt hold, that'll help.
Wait.
And so you want to pull the throttles back now, because remember, there's no auto throttle, so we're over past the 300, so you probably pull them all the way back at this point.
Upside down.
So this is where the airplane becomes a handful because of no auto throttle. If you have to do some manual maneuvering, you'll have to be watching
Yeah,
your
but
speed.
like
and your throttles.
as a GA pilot,
you should be kind of used to that already.
So that's not the worst.
No, but it's everything's going to happen faster in a jet. That's the big difference. So, and in this case, since you've got me here, I'll do my best to kind of call out the speeds here. So we're at 250 now. And you can use that map display. I'll zoom it a little bit for you. So you can kind of align yourself. So that extended white line is that RNAV extended center line. So you can kind of fly parallel to that. And that'll give you a good hint of where you got to be. But doing very good. Doing very good.
All right, and I can see the airport there on the left, so that's helpful.
Yep.
Once we hit the midway point, and this is just off of GA stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Once we hit that midway point is where we're going to want to go ahead and pull back on power and...
yeah, and you can start descending. So just FYI, you're floating down toward 200 knots, so give it a little bit of power.
I guess we can extend out for a bit.
Yeah.
I'm going to trim.
Yeah, the CRJ really is a fun little aircraft. And I do highly recommend, as you're getting into this, to get the sound pack for it. The sound pack makes the immersion so much better. There's a sound pack on FT Sim Plus for it that's amazing. Speed's looking really good, about 235. 230 or so.
I am holding a little low.
Yep,
but...
and that's perfect. I mean, anything above 200 and below 250 is more than fine. So, yeah, there's no reason we got to go 250. It's just the speed limit. So at this point, you could go ahead and pull the power back, start descending. We're past the airport now.
Midway. Yep.
Yep. So go ahead and just drop the nose. I'll go ahead and set about 1,500 feet on the altitude, just as a help. And I'll even go ahead and do a vertical speed here of about 1,800 feet per minute. So that should command the flight director to give you that. And then you could just match that and monitor the speed.
It is... Where am I seeing that drop?
So look at the
vertical speed 1.9. Yeah.
And then if you look at your flight director, if you fly that pink bar there, you should be doing about 1,500 feet down.
So it is. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and I got that by, even though the autopilot's not engaged, by activating vertical speed up here and heading mode. The flight director is showing those, and that's what the autopilot would fly if we engaged it. So you can always use that to assist without having to keep. You can still hand fly the aircraft, but you might as well use the available stuff for you there.
By the way, I don't know if you have it, but you see that island up there to our right?
Kind of. The sun's kind of in my eyes. I see an island directly in front of us, almost.
No, yeah, it's to our left.
Left. You said right. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. To our left. In front of me, on my left.
Okay.
That right there. There's actually a fort there. That was used through the Civil War.
Oh wow!
And it's actually a super cool little spot. You can actually go there by boat, and they just recently put in a GA landing strip.
Oh, that's cool.
Little grass landing strip. It's kind of fun to go land at.
Gotcha.
All right, I'm going to turn in.
Yep, go ahead and start turning in and aligning yourself. And we're below 200 knots, so I'm going to go ahead and put out a notch of flap. We'll go with flap 1.
Thank you.
So we have a new speed limit of 230 knots now, based on that. Put it up the window and block that sun glare. I know, right off scud. I don't think any of the sun stuff works in this airplane. Like the 737 and the Mad Dog, which is super cool. So you can probably fly the base for a little bit here. You can use the map there as a cheat to kind of help you get your situational awareness.
Yeah, it's a different thing than GA planes. You don't have that.
Yeah, exactly.
Quote unquote cheat mode. But yeah, I'm gonna sit right here at around 1600 all the way in.
So that inner ring is 5 mile ring on your NG now.
Aye.
Back in the day, we used to use the high airways charge for that. However, the EFBs now, you have to find alternate sunscreens. Yeah, I know, right? Top's good. Welcome on in, dude. Good to see you. All right, as you start turning the final, we'll go ahead and do flap 8. Coming in. Remember, we can go all the way to flap 30 before we have to be around 180 knots. So, I mean, flap 20, sorry. And I will help you with the heading.
Which is good. Airport is in sight.
It does help to wear cool sunglasses, that's true. I wear my sunglasses at night.
That's how you know you're in the danger zone.
That's right. All right, we'll go flap 20 now.
Flaps 20.
So that's max flap before we gotta be below 180. And once we get below 180, we'll go ahead and drop the gear. But not quite yet.
180.
We're just within 10 miles of the airport. I'm gonna let it go a little closer before we go ahead and drop the gear.
No, that's fine. I'm using the throttle now for pitch.
No, you're good. Okay, so we'll go ahead and drop the gear. The gear's coming down.
Yep, felt it. I gotta say, I like how it feels.
It does. It flies very nicely. It has a nice feel to it.
She doesn't feel too, too fat on one end, and
exactly. As you get to about where the runway is at about the 5 mile ring, then we'll go ahead and lower the speed, and we'll drop the flaps to 30. Whoever fell to Delta. There's a cruise ship there. That's cool.
yeah, a couple of them. Sorry, we got wonky. I was taking a sip of drink.
No worries. Let's go ahead and get speed below 180. So we're going to go ahead and go flaps 30.
We're on long final. I'm just a little bit to the right of the field, but I'll correct that.
Yep, that's fine. You got time. And within 5 miles, we're going to go flaps full, 45. So 170. You don't want to exceed that, and you got the barber pole on there to show you where you don't want to exceed.
Yeah, we're
landing,
all good.
Yeah, landing speed or your VREF for this is going to be about 128 knots.
Got it. This is where it gets weird because as a GA pilot, you like 130. You're landing.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Yeah. What's my wind doing?
I don't think we have an indication of that here, but I can look it up real quick and just make sure we know what's going on. Stand by. Currently 180 at 6, so direct crosswind.
Okay. That's what I thought. That's what I thought I was feeling a little bit of.
Yep. Oh, no, I do have the indication. There it is. It's over there. I'm not used to sitting in the right seat. So everything's reversed. Yep, there it is. There's a crosswind. So you should have a little wind indication on your ND in the upper left corner. Yep, this is Key West. That's where you wanted to practice at. So
It's South Florida is my forever home. So like I fly around here all the time.
Getting a little low.
Yep. I got it in. I didn't abort the landing check, alright? We're fine.
Yeah, that lady doesn't know what she's talking about.
Ladies and gentlemen, she don't know what she's talking about. Just hold on, because we're about to get funky.
Pull up.
I know we're good. We're good. Right here. Huh?
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Nice, not too shabby. And then go ahead and pull the engine to reverse if you can. Otherwise, just stomp on the brakes. We can be slow enough without them. So looks like we're just gonna stop anyway. So there we go. Look at that. You just took off and landed your CRJ.
Hey,
and it has not even been 3 hours yet, so we're making good progress.
All right. You hear that, Captain Rash? You hear that, Scotty Tim?
All right, go ahead and taxi us up close to where we were before. We're going to park it, and then we're going to set up for a full flight, and I'll show you how to do that.
Sounds good.
And we'll take it to Miami.
All right. I'm sure it wasn't the best landing rate, but...
Yeah, 212, that's not bad. That's what I have anyway. That's what it shows on my end.
Okay.
Yeah, the CRJ doesn't need a lot of runway, so... Please stop making announcements for whom you know nothing about.
I kind of want to get out on the intercom. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, don't listen to her. We're lucky to be alive. This is the first time I've ever flown one of these. Hey, thank you for flying Ryanair.
Yeah, right. We'll go ahead and turn the landing lights off. And we'll go ahead and clean up the flaps. Make sure the spoilers are back down. And if you want to just stop on the taxiway here, that we don't have to deal with the pushback nonsense again,
Perfect.
We can just do that. This is our airport now.
We own this.
I'm the captain now. Or rather, Dwarven is the captain now.
Well, I'm something.
All right, parking brake.
Parking brake engaged.
Perfect. And I'm guessing no, it's closed. So give me 1 second here. Just gonna get the APU up and running here before we shut the engines down and regret everything.
We have a button for that.
We do, with the ultimate regret button. It's the turn this plane back on now button. I'm going to go
Control E what?
Cycle off the flight director. As soon as we have APU up, you can go ahead and cut the engines in just a moment. And there we go. Go ahead and cut the engines.
All right. You sure?
Yep. According to this, I am anyway. Oh no, sorry. By hitting the little red switches and pulling it back to fuel off on the throttles.
I got it.
Oop.
And I gotta do this one. I know I gotta do this one first, otherwise I can't see it.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Pro tip.
Yeah.
All right, shut the master caution warnings off. We can kill the beacon light because we're no longer running the engines, and kill the fuel boost pumps, and I'll kill the probes. All right. Not too shabby for your first run in a CRJ. And look at that, you never had to touch the autopilot. Well done, sir. That's what I like to see. That's how we do here at Moose training sessions. All right, so for the flight to Miami, so how do you use SimBrief at all?
Yeah, I do use some brief.
Perfect. Okay, so well acquainted, beautiful.
Yep.
I'm just going to go ahead and pull in a quick route here on SimBrief, and then I'll give you the numbers, and we'll go from there. So dispatchy.
Yeah, the big difference between me doing GA and using SimBrief is that I put in the waypoints, but there's departure is different.
Yeah.
And arrival is all by hand.
Right. Okay, MIA. We are in a CRJ. In fact, I'll show you guys what I'm doing here. And actually you can see this on stream now too if you want.
Cool.
CRJ.
Oh, I like this little Samsung tab that you have going on here. That's cool.
Yeah, cool. Actually, I think I have to. Oh, there we go. Let's do 550. And I don't use that guy. Contingency is auto, reserve fuel, FAA domestic. We do not need 20 minutes to taxi out. Runway. Why are you calling for 27? Oh, because the wind is basically that now. So, yeah, actually, let's do 27 now because we can just point ourselves the other way.
Easy.
Yeah.
Saves us a little time.
Exactly. So 27 looks like the runway at Miami. Real world is doing 26 left. So we'll go with that. 26 left.
Okay.
Passengers
Easy.
auto, freight none. So here is our route that's given us the Carnu Sandbar and the Sandbar 3. And there's the route there. We can look at the weather and just see what that is. And it looks like we're going to skirt all of it. So that's fun. Yay, I like that. Any fun things I need to be aware of? Yes. Isolated embedded cumulonimbus all the way from the ground to 46,000 feet. Yay.
Ooh.
All right.
Okay.
So just be aware of that. Dodge around anything we see. Other than that, I think we're ready for that. So, and I looked, the altitude between here and there for the real world was 17,000 feet. So I'm just going to put that in so it doesn't try to give me something stupid, because it will.
Yep.
So we're going to do that and generate. And bingo bango. Okay. So if you want to go over to the in-aircraft tablet and enter our weights, passengers are going to be 48.
Right. 48 passengers.
All right, and then we need a 0 fuel weight, and this will be, we'll have to just kind of figure out the cargo to make that match. The zero fuel weight will be 55,785.
Okay.
So you might just have to do a little bit of math for a second to, because the cargo weight it's going to give me here is going to be not including the passenger bag stuff, so it's not actually the real cargo weight, which is annoying.
Okay, hold on. 34, okay, 3562. No.
And if
you said zero fuel, right?
Yeah, zero fuel weight should be 55,785. If you can put everything in the aft cargo, that's probably the best way to do it. The aircraft will handle the best that way. And then only if we run out of space in the aft cargo, then we can put stuff in the forward cargo.
Ooh. My ZFW is 55,744.
55. Oh, close enough.
What do you have?
Yeah, I have 55,785, so that's close enough. I mean, we're within like 30 pounds. Big whoop-de-doo.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Yeah. As long as it's close, doesn't have to be spot on.
Yeah. Either someone eats a heavy meal or someone takes a dump. One of the two.
Right. Something like that.
How dare you?
How dare you, Greta? Block fuel 7,604.
Block fuel. My fuel weight's 962. Okay.
Wait, what? Oh, you're...
Yeah, so I'm at 48 passengers, 0 forward weight. Cargo 815.
Yeah, let me get these numbers in here.
In the aft.
48, you said 0 in the front?
Yeah, 0 in the forward cargo. My aft cargo is 815. My fuel weight, is 962 pounds.
Okay, fuel should be 7,604.
Okay.
Perfect, and that should bring us within the takeoff range, so that's good. So does your dot look similar to mine? Oh, you can't see mine. There we go.
Yep.
Now you can see mine.
In a second.
Yeah, it'll be a slight delay.
Yep.
Perfect. And we got a trim of 5.9, so almost the same as before. That's kind of cool. So go ahead and you can set the V speeds there for flaps 8 if you want. Just hit the set all.
Set all.
Perfect. All right. And so now the fun of setting up the FMC. So I'm going to have you do it, and I'm going to watch you.
Sounds good. Hold on, I'm just putting this to 5.8.
Yep, no worries.
There we go.
Yeah, FCG is better. That's why we left the forward out. Yummy.
All right, so I went to departure arrival, right?
Actually, so first you want to go to flight plan, because we got to put in a start and end point.
Oh, yeah, okay. Key West.
So Key West.
Kilo Echo Yankee Whiskey.
And then Kilo
to
Mike India Mike. Mike India Alpha, sorry.
Alpha, yep. Destination.
I can't say words.
Don't need them.
We have 7 minutes left in this round of the giveaway, guys. Exclamation point ticket Moose. If you have not gotten a ticket yet, now's the time to do it for round 3 of the giveaway, I believe.
All right. Next page, correct?
So now you're gonna go to departure arrival.
Should I wait before I do this?
Yes.
Should I hit execute?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Now departure arrival.
Yep.
Departure runway 27.
Mm-hmm.
Execute.
Yep.
It can't hurt to execute,
No,
right? Each time.
Nope. The only
Yep,
because
okay.
that way if you have to back out, it won't delete everything you've done up to that point. So.
All right, and then I go to departure arrival index.
So now before we do that again, because we need to put in our waypoints first, ideally. So go back to flight plan now that we did the departure. And so where it says, you see flight number, well, on here it said originating runway. Actually, I'm surprised it doesn't say anything there. Go back to departure arrival for a second. Let me see what happened here.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, see, it's not selected. So hit runway 27 again. That says runway 9.
Well, I got 27.
Oh, mine went to runway 9. Why did that happen?
How about that? 11?
No, mine still says runway 9. Let me... That's weird. Hang on. 27. There we go. Did yours say 27?
Oh, now it says mine says 09.
Well, that's fun. Okay. That's that's special.
Hang on. Now it's 27. Okay.
Okay, yeah, mine says 9.
Executed.
That's hilarious. Okay, so they're gonna be that's a fun goof of your controls. Okay, so I'm gonna ignore the fact that mine says 9, but I know yours says 27. So go ahead and go back to the flight plan button now.
Flight plan, got it.
Okay, so now it says originating runway. It says 9 for me, but it should say 27 for you. Underneath it says destination Miami, alternate blank, originating runway.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Yep. So then underneath that, there's a 2, and so we need to put our first waypoint right there. So our first waypoint is, pull up the flight plan here.
Wasn't it like car or something?
Yeah, Carnu, CARNU, Charlie Alpha Romeo November uniform. Yep, that's it.
Okay.
Put that in the 2 box. Yep, there we go. And then it's going to move us to the next page, which is cool. So the next one is going to be Sandbar, Sierra November Delta Bravo Romeo. Yep.
Sandbar 2.
Yep, put it in 2. And then execute that. And now go back to departure arrival.
Okay.
Go to go back to the departure arrival index.
Okay.
Arrival side.
Arrival.
And we are looking for 26 left ILS. So that should be the bottom of that first page
ILS
on the right.
26 left.
Yep.
Okay.
And then on the star side, on the other side, you're looking for the Sandbar 3, which you may or may not have, depending on your airrack data. So that's where it could be fun.
Okay. Could I can't go down, but can I go to next page?
Next page, yeah.
Sandbar 1.
Perfect. Yeah, it'll be slightly different, but that's fine. Mine shows Sandbar 3.
Okay.
And then for the transition, we may be vectors or we may not. So I'm going to look at the charts for this and see. Oops. Open charts. Thank you. And we will look and see what the Sandbar does. Star. Sandbar. I'll put this back on the screen so you can see it too. All right. So we're coming down from Sandbar, from right here, and we're going 26 left. That should take us to leg, and so from the 26 left chart, oh, that's right, 26 left, I'm backwards, sorry, I'm an idiot, over this way. That should take us to winner if we're going to go 26 left, and so we are probably going to have to do something more vectors. 26 left, coming in from winter. So our options look like roads or tubs. Roads is on top, tubs is on the bottom. Do tubs.
Okay, tubs. T-U-B-B-Z. Got
Correct.
it.
Yep.
Tubs.
And it selected roads for me, which is hilarious. So we're just going to ignore that. If it's right for you, we're going to go with that.
Okay.
I don't know why it's opposite day for this, but that's funny.
It's got to be an update issue.
It's got to be, yeah. So, okay, that's fine. All right, so that's in there. You can execute that.
Executed.
And now go to the legs page on the physical button.
There we go.
And we just want to kind of scroll through this and make sure we don't have any discontinuity. So you can hit the next page. And there's winner, next page. And you're going to have the discontinuity for the vectors. You can actually close that. And so it goes straight to tubs. And so to do that, go ahead and click on the soft key by tubs.
Okay.
And then hit it on the... Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Is it doing that for... It's showing wrong things for me, but I'm just going to have to do it blind.
Okay. It says at the bottom, runway update tubs.
Okay. So, yeah, that should be... Okay. And then paste that into where the discontinuity boxes, empty boxes are.
Okay, so I want to click...
Yeah, now that you've got...
runway update. Got it.
Well, not runway update, but... Oops.
Yep.
Something says completed now. That's weird. Click on Tubs again.
Got it.
Okay. Now Tubs is in the scratch pad. That's the only reason why you clicked it. So down below you should see Tubs down there. So now wherever you click Tubs, it's going to paste that in there, which it should sync that up.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I get that.
Did that work? I can't.
Yeah, I see it. Okay. Yeah, it says Tubs.
Perfect. Okay. So now we should be synced up there. So, all right, go back to, just hit the legs page again. That should reset it back to page 1. Yep, there you go.
Yep.
And now we need to go perf init. So you can hit the perf init, or the perf page right below legs on the physical buttons. and go to Perfinite up in the top left corner. And we need to put in all of our, I think the fuel kind of factored over here, I think.
7605.
So the cruise altitude is going to be 17,000.
Nope. No, not 170,000.
Not 170,000. I don't think the aircraft's going to make it up there.
Yeah, where's the back button?
The clear button down the lower right.
Yeah. Oh. No? Why is it invalid?
Oh, it's because it cleared a thing on my screen that probably wasn't on yours and didn't. It still shows 170,000. Clear the whole number out just so we can try and resync because I think that's a problem. So clear it all the way back and hit clear one more time just for kicks and giggles. There you go. Okay, now type 17,000. Let's try that. There we go. Now put it up there. Yay! Okay.
There we go. Okay.
All right. And then our zero fuel weight, I'll give it to you real quick, is 55,744. Perfect. All right, go ahead and execute that. Next page. And so here's where we could do some wins. So I can actually get through this off of SimBrief. And this is going to be, so we're just going to worry about the cruise wind. Because that's going to be an average, and that's going to be 210 at 3.
At 0.3, right?
0.3, yeah. So put that there. And then ISO deviation over on the left-hand side is a plus 16. So you shouldn't need to do a plus, just do 16. Let's stick that right there. If it was negative, you'd need to do that. Execute that. And we'll go next page. And reserves are, where's my briefing, dispatch, briefing preview, there we go. Reserves are 4,310. Taxi fuel you can just leave as is. And, cool. And then that's all for that one. So go back to VNAV setup on the side there. There you go. And this, I think we can just leave because those numbers are all fine for us, so we don't need to worry about those. Go back to the MFD menu because we're basically done with VNAV stuff then.
Yeah, let me find the menu button. There we go.
And just verify we've got VNAV on there, which we do. And so we are all set. So you can go back to the legs page now. Just leave that there. And you notice now we have a route drawn on our ND. That should be right. It'll probably be slightly wrong for me when we get to Miami because I'm going to the wrong waypoint, but it should be right for you. That's what matters.
Yeah, yeah.
So
yeah, Carnuda, Sandbar, Roygo, FIFA.
Yeah, perfect. All right, so we're all set. So I'm going to go ahead and dial the altitude in here. I'm just going to dial it up to 17 because we're just going to assume we've been cleared all the way up to cruise. So 17 is set. In the heading, we'll go ahead and set the runway heading, which is approximately 270 degrees. Do you happen to know what the actual heading is, by the way, just because you fly a lot?
It's 27.
273, I just found it.
Yep.
There we go. 273 is set. And for our speeds, we set the speeds already. I'm going to set the speed bug to be our target speed, 178. Just like that. All right. So at this point, if all the passengers are aboard, we'd be making sure the doors are closed, everything's wrapped up and tidy and nice. So at this point, we're ready to start our engines. So we can go ahead and bring the beacon on.
All right. Beacon on.
And we're going to turn on our fuel boost pumps left and right. Turn up the lighting up here. All our lighting got reset when we did the ready to taxi. And,
well, mine didn't.
Oh, mine did. So good, it's just on my end. And then at this point, you can go ahead and hit the starter on engine number 2.
Starter, engine 2, here we go.
And we'll hope that doesn't roll back this time. And it's time to start the next round of the giveaway. So let me make sure I've got correct stuff in here while he's starting engines. 257 is that one. Nope. Load.
I'm just saying we're way ahead of the 7-hour schedule.
Oh yeah, we are. We just hit 3 hours, and we're about to take off and fly to Miami. So we're doing excellent. Alright. Don't forget to put the fuel on. Or if you did already, then it doesn't show on my end. On the thrust lever.
Oh.
You know, they say if you can't say anything
Other
nice, don't
thrust
say
lever.
anything at all.
Yep.
There you go.
I'm sorry. Yeah, keep going. I don't know where that came from. Go ahead.
Yay, there we go.
Well, I think
And
there's
we got
K in
a follow from Mamango in 599 and Carolina Boy 828. Thank you for the follow. Get yourselves tickets to the giveaway!
You know, they
Exclamation
say
point
if you
ticket
can't
moose.
say anything nice, don't say anything
We're
at
about to
all.
start the next round. Just doing a little bit of
Yeah, keep going. I don't know where that came
cleanup
from.
here
Go
on
ahead.
aisle 3.
Oh, I think there's a K in Knucklehead.
New Skies, welcome in. Azrael, welcome on in. And here we go with the new round.
No rollback. We're good to go. Starting engine 1.
Beautiful. All right, and the next round of the giveaway is now open! Exclamation point ticket moose. Get those tickets to the giveaway. This is so much fun.
I love this. I'm gonna have to do this like a bunch more times before
Right.
I'm like, hey, I'm gonna be able to do this on my own.
Oh yeah, because now
But-
the next step after we get to Miami successfully, and we're gonna get to Miami successfully, I'm telling you, is gonna be for you just to do a handful of flights in your own time, just to get comfortable with the flows, and
Yep.
And pick up kind of make a flow that works for you, that you can memorize, that just goes through the aircraft, and that way you don't miss stuff, and then back it up with a checklist. Checklists are built into the tablet there, so you can easily just kind of go through that and do that. We're doing a little bit of fly through at this point, but it's good to get familiarization so we don't just get too bogged down with minutia.
I think the hardest part for me is just learning that MCDU, and I'm starting to pick that up. So
Yeah. Go ahead and hit our. We need trim 5.9. Other way. No, it's always the opposite of what I want to do.
all the time.
Always.
There we go.
Excellent. All right. And so I'm going to go ahead and... Actually, I'm going to leave the APU in while we get going in case it cuts our engines again. I'm learning from the last time just to be safe. So we'll leave the APU for now, but at this point we are ready for taxi. So I'm going to go ahead and set our flaps down to 8 in preparation.
Right.
We have our reversers already armed, so that's good. We can go ahead and do a full control check just by maneuvering the controls all the way through the range of motion.
Okay.
And the taxi, the nose wheel switch is armed, it looks like, on my screen, so I'm assuming it is for you. And taxi lights are on, beacon's going. Let's go ahead and taxi over to runway 27.
All right, moving to 27.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
It's almost like we know what we're doing.
Right? Well, one of us.
One of
does.
us. Yeah.
Sim Caesar. How was your stream, Caesar? How was your GA action? Were you able to do your fun little DME departure with the plane that actually has a DME? Nice. Was it excellent? You go ahead and just taxi out on the runway. We'll get the strobes on for you while you're doing that. Oops. I turned the beacon off for some reason.
Uh-oh.
And we'll go ahead and put the landing landing lights on. Ding the cabin. All right, and whenever you're ready, throttles up. Let's go.
Toga.
Toga confirmed. Airspeed's alive.
5 confirmed.
80 knots. V1. Rotate.
Rotate.
Watch that center line there.
Oh yeah.
And positive rate, gear coming up. Oh, I failed you. I didn't turn the flight director on. My bad. There we go. It's going to give you a go around down, but that's fine. I'm going to bug the speed up for you to 250. And let's see, go ahead and bring in a notch of flaps. Alright, you can use the heading to follow the course to intercept our new flight path there. Flaps coming up all the way.
Roger.
Flight director should get you to climb up to 250. I'm going to swing over and turn off the reversers. Whoops, no, not that one. We'll start to pull out the spoiler.
Oh boy.
That would be bad.
That wouldn't have been. That wouldn't have been fun. That wouldn't have been a good time.
That would not be pretty. No, gonna have a bad time. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is the United 550. Rotar. Watch that flight director. If you just aim for the corner of that thing, it should do you nicely. So you want to keep banking, but push the nose down a little bit. Just keep the bank roll the bank over until that other bar is centered with you. Basically, you want to fly right in the middle of the cross.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Mine's over here.
Oh, really? Is your mine not changing your heading? You might have changed your heading for yourself then. I might not be messing with your heading then. It's only doing it for me.
Okay. It's to the right, yeah?
It should be to the right, yeah. So basically roll your headings line selector so it's intercepting that white line over there is what you want to do.
Let's see. Where is that?
Do you not see it to your left, to your right there, the line? You may have to zoom your MFD out, which is over on your little left side panel there, that top knob, inner knob, center middle.
Oh, yeah. Okay, roll that out.
We are passing 10,000 feet, so I'm going to turn your landing lights off, and I am going to roll your speed up to 300, which is where it's coming to now. So make sure you pitch up again, because it's going to try and overspeed you otherwise. Be careful. So if you want, at this point in the flight, there's no harm in turning the autopilot on. So if you want to do that, autopilot engage is right next to your course knob up there.
Yep, did that.
Okay. Coming up to, you have 17,000 set in your altitude, right? Over the pink PFD top?
I have 10.
Oh.
Flight level 100.
So yeah, so when I'm changing it, it's not changing for you. So bug up your altitude up to 17,000 because it's going to try and descend us down to that.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, some of the disconnects that we didn't realize were happening. And then pull your speed back because your speed's getting fast now. I'm about to hit barber pole. So if you're at 17 now, go ahead and hit the vertical speed on the autopilot mode, and then just vertical speed up a little bit so that way it captures the 17,000, because it's just going to try to level us off here otherwise.
Vertical speed to what, 0.7?
So I would just go to like 1,000 feet or something per minute.
Okay.
And then make sure you give it some gas because we're climbing, and so we'll want to make sure it doesn't kill us. And then navigation-wise, you're still in heading mode, right?
I am, yes.
So you probably, looks like you just need to turn to the right about almost 90 degrees to intercept our course, at least according to my screen. I don't know what you're seeing on your end.
I believe I see it now.
All right. So we'll just let it fly over there so we can get to the intercept. Stick figure, hello! There we go. Should be...
I'm also zoomed way in on the...
on the MFD?
Yep.
Or the
Yep.
MD, rather, yeah.
What was, where was it? Oh, there is range. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Now we should intercept it.
Perfect. Yeah, it looks much more likely to intercept now. Now, what you can do at this point, since we're kind of on an intercept heading, is you can go down into the FMS, and if you click on the current, technically you should use the direct intercept button, but I find in this plane it doesn't work very well. So just click on the line select button for Carnu.
Yeah, 1 second. We're just about to be at. Yep.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, figure out your speed.
I just want to back out.
No worries. Do what you got to do first. Not very long, Carolina boy. I'll get you an estimated time en route here in a second, but it's probably like 45 minutes or something. It's not very long. There's the coast of Florida right there we're coming up on, and Miami's not very far behind.
Okay. Okay. So we should be good here.
Yeah. Go down to the and hit the line select key on Carnu.
Okay.
And then now that it's in the scratch pad, now paste it on top of itself. So right back on top of Carnu again. And now hit execute. And now hit the nav button on the autopilot. To the right of heading.
And boom.
There we go. And bingo. Now we're direct intercept.
Bingo. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. That's how we do that.
Oh, I see it now. How you can do... Okay. Okay.
Because what you're doing is you're basically telling the FMS, hey, I want you to figure out a new plot to this waypoint from my current position. So once you're generally aimed towards it, it'll draw that line there, and now it'll let you intercept it because you're actually on the path. Because otherwise, what the autopilot's trying to do is get you over to the drawn line and intercept it that way and fly that course line. And so when you're this far off from it, that's annoying and stupid. So you can wait till you can manually get yourself there with heading and then just reactivate nav once you cross it, or this way, which is actually better.
Okay. And what was our cruise speed supposed to be?
So cruise speed should be right around 300 knots or so. So you can change your speed knob to make the magenta pointer on 300, just so you have an easy reference, and then just kind of play with the thrust levers to find where that happy place is. Now I was going to get you the length of the flight, so stand by. Let me do that. According to SimBrief, our estimated time en route is 35 minutes from wheels up. So yeah, not long. Not long. We are besting the Rash Scruffy Tam time frame like nobody's business.
Oh yeah, we're killing them right now.
We are coming up on the halfway point of their entire run. 7 hours. We're 10 minutes away from 3.5.
Yeah, don't ask me to recreate this. Like, perfectly.
Well, I mean, I guarantee you Scruffy Tam wouldn't be able to recreate it perfectly either, so.
It's true.
Guys, don't forget, tomorrow is the FNO in Denver. We're going to be flying the, actually, I don't know what airplane I'm flying yet, but we're going to be flying out of Denver to the new Salt Lake scenery by PacSim, and then Salt Lake down to Colorado Springs, and I think there's scenery for Colorado Springs now I need to pick up. So I'll check out both of those sceneries and fly the FNO, and it'll be glorious. So at this point, if you look at your ND, your navigation display,
Yep.
at a certain point here, we should start to see a TOD marker, which I'm looking for
Top of
myself. Yeah. And seeing if I see one. Sometimes it is elusive, and it's hard to see with all this other crap in here. So I do not see it yet, so I'm not sure where it's putting it. A lot of these constraints are all at or aboves, so because we're already low, we don't really need to descend through a lot of these because we just have to be above them, and we're already above them, so...
Yep.
Yeah, so yeah, this one is a... Actually, this one is a... Hang on, let me look at the chart. Something's funny here. Sandbar.
So does this plane always sound like it's flying with the window open, or?
It is kind of noisy, yeah. It's a bit noisy. It's not nearly quiet like the Mad Dog. So at Sandbar, or actually no, sorry, at Roygo, I guess is the first point. Actually, that might be the TOD right there.
That we're right where we turn?
I think it's hidden amongst the constraints because we have a between 16 and 13 at Roygo. So right after Sandbar, there's like a 4-mile difference between those 2 points, and then we have to be below 16, and we're at 17. So let me change the range here, and now I might be able to see it. Yep, there's the TOD mark. So if you go to a range of 10 miles on the inner ring, you should see TOD right after Sandbar.
Here. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. So now, because of how close we are to Roygo right there, I would actually start a little bit before we hit Sandbar just to be safe. And so that's what we're going to do. So what we'll do is, again, because we have to be a little bit more hands-on with this aircraft, we'll go ahead and dial in the lowest point on the star up to that point that we can be. And so Roygo, we can't go below 13,000. So go ahead and dial on the altitude selector now, 13,000. I'll do the same on mine. And since I don't think you have the charts in front of you, so I'll just kind of help you with the charts. So yeah, so 13. The next one is going to be an at or below 14 at dump, and we got a 250 knot speed restriction there. So when we start descending, we're going to go ahead and just close the throttles and let it glide down to 250. Since we don't have very long before we hit dump anyway. And so just a little before Sandbar, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and switch over to vertical speed and just dial down a vertical speed of about 1,800 feet a minute to start. But don't do it yet. Go back to altitude mode.
Got it.
Yeah, I'm just saying when we start, that's how we'll do it. So.
Okay.
Yeah, because remember we don't have a coupled VNAV in this. It's just a advisory VNAV, so we have to do the navigating ourselves. We just have the system to kind of help us. And what's going to happen is over on your ND, or sorry, your PFD, once we pass the top of descent points, we're going to start descending before that happens. But right on the inside side of the blue, the artificial horizon, you'll see a grid that looks like a glide slope and a little white snowflake. That's your descent path. And over on the vertical speed indicator, you'll see a little blue dot show up, and that's the speed at which we should be in vertical descent to maintain the path. So that's kind of our giveaway. And we'll see that in just a little bit here. So go ahead and hit vertical speed now.
Vertical speed.
And then go ahead and dial us down to about a minus 1.8. And you can go ahead and pull the throttles back.
.8.
And go ahead and dial your speed down to 250 because that's where we're going to have to be at anyway. So you might as well use that as your...
I did that already.
Okay,
yep.
Perfect. I'll do the same on mine since they're not sinking. We'll just let that roll back. So now we're below 17, so we got to be below 16, so we're not legally yet.
16.9, yep.
So we got to be below 16 when we pass Roygo, which we may or may not make, but that's okay. Go ahead and dial the vertical speed down to about 2,500.
10-4. 2,500.
Beautiful. And we're pretty darn close, so we're crossing Rygo right now. Alright, we're going to want to be below 14 at dump. So we'll just keep this going on down. Actually, go ahead and dial your altitude down to 12,000.
Got it.
Cool. Speed's rolling back nicely. And so you see that blue dot indicator on your vertical speed? Go ahead and alter your vertical speed so your pointer points to that blue dot. So you can kind of guess at what that's supposed to be based on where that dot is. It's looking like it's pretty close to like 1,000 feet per minute right now. And that'll help our speed too. And then just make sure to counteract with throttle once we hit 250. Yeah, so it's actually wanting us to kind of level off here at dump. 14 or so. So you can go ahead and just bring the vertical speed to 0 if you want, if that's what it's showing you. Oh, never mind, now it's going back down. Because we passed the point. So go ahead and bring the vertical speed back down now to match that. It's about 1,100, 1,200 feet. There we go. And then make sure you pull those throttles back now that we're going back down again. Don't have to go all the way, but just enough to bleed it off. Excellent. Chewbacca, yeah, essentially. I think it's pretty close anyway. If it shows the RTX 2080 Super and the AMD 5900X Ryzen, then yes, it's correct.
And we're you want us at 14?
No, go ahead and dial us down to 8 now. Just kind of watching it. But just a whole bunch of actually we have to be above 8 at jump. So yeah, go ahead and dial us down to 8. I'll do the same on my end. Oh, nice, factual. Yeah, or fractal, sorry. Yeah, I want to get at some point in the near future here a 40 series card. I've been rocking I got the 2080 right before the 30 series released, and I kind of regretted it. And then when I saw the cluster snack that it was to try and get the 30 series, I kind of didn't, because I was rocking a 970 before that. So the 2080 Super has served me very well, especially considering I streamed this too. Has served me very well.
Okay, so we're right on what we're supposed to be doing right now.
Yeah, you're looking really good. That's fantastic. That's exactly how you fly the descent. You're spot on. So it's just about kind of keeping an eye on those things. Certain descents will kind of keep you busier than others. This one isn't so bad. But you just want to kind of keep an eye on that speed. You want to keep an eye on the... And again, you probably don't have the chart in front of you right now. Right now, we don't have any other speed restrictions henceforth, so we can...
Miami's chart, I have their diagram up.
Oh, you do have the sandbar? Or are you just talking about the airport?
No, airport diagram, but it'll give you the information for within so far.
You got it. Yeah. So I'm looking at the actual Sandbar R3, Sandbar 3 RNAV arrival right now, which is what we're doing. So that's got all the restrictions for the actual point. So next point is jump at or above 8,000. So just keep it coming on down. We just don't want to go below 8 until after we pass jump. And then the next point we have Relin and Winter. Winter is a hard altitude 5,000. So we'll dial 5,000 once we pass jump.
Pattern, right?
I don't think it's pattern. It's just the bottom of the star. So we'll just do 5,000, and then we'll vector ourselves over onto the final at that point. I'll show you how we do that. Here's some fun clouds, some fluffy clouds to fly through.
I like them. They look great.
They do look great. Passing 10,000, so I'm gonna bring the landing lights on. Ladies and gentlemen from the flight deck, this is your first officer speaking. We are starting our final descent into Miami. Please at this time make sure your seatbelts and tray tables are fastened and in their full upright positions in preparation for landing. Flight attendants, please prepare the cabin for landing at this time. Do not cause a ruckus. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. Ruckus, ruckus, ruckus.
Don't listen to that, man. All right, we're passing jump. We'll go ahead and bug down to 5,000. And so right now the outside air temperature is, its static is 11°C. The total air temperature, which means the friction temperature, the true temperature on the skin, is 22°C. So although we're flying through moisture, we do not need anti-ice. Don't be panicking. 48 is now under a 1K. Ooh, I may have to pounce on that. It does not, because that's kind of common in aviation. Aviation is kind of a funny conundrum because we do our temperatures in Celsius, we do our altitudes in feet, and then we split between pounds and kilograms when it comes to fuel, depending on where you are. So it's just kind of a funny little, nonsensical conundrum.
We're definitely freedom units whenever possible.
Yeah. I can show you how I did that on offline, Nick, off of stream, yeah. It's done through OBS, and basically what I did is I created another voice channel that I attached an EQ to, and just screwed the EQ all to crap to make it sound like a crappy PA. Well, in Canada, it's really fun because you guys can't decide on what your official language is. You have two, English and French. So everything that gets announced has to be in both languages. So that's fun. At least in the U.S., we have no official language, so we don't have to do anything in anything. We just kind of default to English.
When in doubt, yell.
Yeah, there you go. No, that's VNAV, Drobart. So the LNAV is what's keeping us on course right now. We're having to manage our descent, but we do have an advisory VNAV. So he's got this little blue dot over here that he's trying to manage. And his blue dot now looks different than mine because my route shows different because of the way the FMC synced up. It's syncing the opposite side route. So it thinks we have a lot farther to fly on my end. And so it doesn't want us to descend nearly as fast as it's showing him descending or whatever. So it's fun. No, you don't need two mics. No, you don't need two mics. I'll show you in OBS. It's not that hard.
Two mics is the easy cheater way to do it?
Yeah, but you don't need to do that. Alright, so we are coming up at our last point here, which should be a hard 5,000, so we're a little above profile at this point. So you can see that, snowflake is dipped down. Yeah, we're going to drop us to 5, since we got to be there.
Actually, I can put my...
Hey, there's Ho and the Bros.
HB!
Yeah, so VNAV is what will allow the autopilot to couple to all the restrictions, and so all we have is an advisory VNAV, not a coupled VNAV. Go ahead and hit the center button on the heading knob to center up your heading hold, and then switch over to heading because we just passed the last part of the thing. There you go. So at this point, go ahead and turn us over to toward the final to the left, which looks like we're doing already.
Also, I had to come down on that speed.
Yeah. Get a little toasty. And I'm going to switch over to the approach chart now for 26 left. And so if we're aiming toward Sidon, which it looks like we kind of are, or we will be in a moment, that should be 4,000. So if you want to bug down to 4,000 and get us there, then that will be good on our altitude for intercepting.
Oh no, not heading. Thank you.
And I'm going to look over here and see if this is doing this job right, because I don't know that it will. Radio.
What should my speed be?
250 is still fine, but you can go anywhere between. You're still far enough out, so I wouldn't worry about slowing down too early, but when we get close to Sidon, then I would start getting closer to 230 to 200. 1091. Oh, it is set. Okay. So go ahead and keep your heading coming over. You're looking for probably close to a 360 at this point. Like a heading of 360, not do a 360.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely not. You don't want me to fly right on?
No, well, so I want you to fly towards Sidon, or is that where you're going right now? Because according to mine, it looks like you're going to fly past it. CIDUN, Charlie, India, Delta, Uniform, November.
Oh yeah, I'm flying past that. I'm going to Tubbs.
Yeah, don't worry about Tubbs. We're gonna shorten it. Tubbs is just it's good to have in there because if ATC was on, we'd want to have the full route. They're gonna almost always vector you in shorter unless they're busy. So we're just gonna shorten it ourselves.
Yeah, I'm turning.
Yeah, I see what you're. And I don't have Tubbs on mine because that's what didn't sync up. So now I understand. Yeah, go ahead and fly towards Sidon.
Yeah, we're down by like $1.80. Let me also.
Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah. Sorry, should be warning you about that.
I believe
he's being very good, HB. Being very good.
Sorry, HB. I'm in full concentration mode. I am not looking away from everything happening in front of me.
I will be his voice. Alright, since you are in heading mode at 4,000, over on your left-hand panel where it says nav source, change that to VOR1.
Shit, where was that button?
It's the far right knob, top corner, far top right corner. It's a knob. You're gonna turn it.
VOR2, FMS.
So go if you're at VOR2, go back the other way, left. So go to VOR1.
That's lock 1.
Oh, that's fine. Loc 1, yeah. Just because that's what it's tuned to. It's localizer.
Yeah.
What does the course say underneath that? It should say 272, but
274.
okay. So close enough. Go ahead. Well, go ahead and change the course in the with the upper knob there in the to 272. That's what it should be.
To heading?
No. On the course knob, the knob furthest to your left on the autopilot panel, right above the flight director.
Oh, got it.
And immediately turn the heading knob 272 now as well because we're about to pass this. And then go ahead and arm approach mode. Actually, I'm going to try and doing it, see if it'll let me arm it for you.
272.
Oh, Loc 2 is armed.
Approach. Yep. Approach mode.
Perfect. Okay, and so it's going to wait for the glide slope to come in. Glide slope is white, so it's going to wait on that. Go ahead and bring your speed down to about 200 now.
Yeah, we're in idle.
Okay, perfect. Oh, we're in glide slope. Perfect. We're glide sloped. We're localizered. Excellent. Yeah, go ahead and just bring the speed to idle. You can actually bring in a little bit of speed brake. Let's get us below 230, and then we can start bringing in flaps.
Flight spoiler, you mean?
Yeah. Speed brake, same thing.
Got it. 2 notches.
Okay. There we go. I'm going to go flap 1. Hey, she actually got it right for the first time. And actually, I'm going to go all the way to 20 because we want to lose some speed. Go ahead and stow the spoiler.
Stowed.
And your VREF speed is going to be 132. As we go below 200, I'm going to drop the gear. Look at that beautiful Miami. Look at this. You're like a real airline pilot.
It's almost like I know what I'm doing.
Oh, I know. Scary, isn't it?
Very.
Alright, there's 180. Flaps coming to 30.
I'm 30.
And passing 170. Flaps 45. And the thrust reversers are armed. Gears down, green light, flaps 40, and thrust reversers armed, landing lights, clearance to land received, landing checklist complete. Whenever you're ready, autopilot off, fly the approach.
My controls.
So you gotta go ahead and hit that autopilot disconnect bar if you didn't. There you
Smacked
go.
it.
There you go. Now it's your controls. Alright, you're a little low on the speed. We want to be 132 VREF. You're under 120 right now. Keep an eye on those pappies. You're at 4 red at the moment.
Yeah, I see him.
Red, 1 white. 2 white, 2 red, right on the path.
Perfect. A little high.
Yep. 3 white. 4 white.
Okay, we're gonna be good right here.
There we
Sink
go.
rate. 4.
Speed's
Sink
low.
rate. 3. Sink rate.
Low and slow.
We're doing this bush style.
Alright. Speed's on. Thankfully, Miami, you have tons of runway.
Mm-hmm. Thank God.
Careful, you're going to fall onto the runway here because your speed's super low.
20.
No, we're good.
Alright.
10.
That might have been a tail strike.
No, maybe. It's okay. We didn't need it. Put those passengers in the back.
Alright, vacate to the left when able.
Not to use harsh language, but I didn't like those guys anyways.
Alright, landing lights coming off. Strobe light coming off. Flaps going up. Speed brake reset. All right, count it. That is 3 hours and 45 minutes compared to 7 hours for a flight that you flew in a jet from point A to point B.
And I'm going to the gate.
And you're going to the gate.
Do I smell some type of like fun teacher competition here?
I will give him 20 minutes addition penalty because he did force Scruffy Tam to go around. I didn't do that to you, so they cost some time doing that. So I'll add 20 minutes to it, so that actually makes it 4 hours and 5 minutes. But still.
And we're here. We're at a gate.
At the gate. Parking brake, sir.
Set.
Bingo. All right, and we left the APU on for in case of emergency. So go ahead and just kill those engines. I'm gonna kill the other things. Seatbelts can go off.
Shut down.
Shut down. Beacon can go off.
Let the people smoke now. They probably need it. Turn that off.
Smoke them if you got them. Look at that. Successfully at the gate at Miami. CRJ flight. Success. All right, so now the real question. How do you feel?
So, I feel pretty good.
Okay.
I feel like it is something attainable and learnable. Mm-hmm. There's a lot more to these than you would think, and most of it is the computer system, right?
Yes, most of it's the computer system and just the amount of systems you have to interact with your flows. So with the jets, obviously flows in any aircraft are important, but in a Cessna there's like 7 things you got to do. In a jet there's like 25, and so and then like you said, the computer. And the biggest thing in the jets is understanding the autopilot and how you interact with it and the information it's giving you and the information you need to give it so it can do its job.
Right.
So that the front end of that obviously is on the FMC and interacting with it that way. And then especially on this aircraft, because you don't have a coupled VNAV, the biggest thing is understanding how to fly the what do you call it? The advisory VNAV. And knowing what it's telling you, so you can fly that pretty well. And you did pretty stinking good. I mean, we the only thing we technically busted was that last hard 5,000. We were just a little bit high, only by about 1,000 feet, but otherwise you were pretty good. Unfortunately, I couldn't really correct you because my stuff wasn't matching yours because of the bugs in the system. So
I think we can fix that with an update on my end.
Very possibly, and that's the other thing too. Is you don't have the current AirAct data, and so that may have played a role too. So if we can get that set up and fixed, that might help that as well. So
I would say that the biggest differences are being in a GA aircraft. It's all feel.
Yeah.
Like you're listening to the engine. You're not looking at a computer.
Right.
You're looking outside the window. It's a very much of a feel. Like it's kind of an art form when you say it that way. Like it's more feel to come in. Versus this, you are relying less on the feel as you are on. Am I making sure that the computer is programmed correctly?
That and
which is a whole different thing.
Yeah, that and you are flying the numbers in a jet.
Yes.
So it's all about knowing what your VREF speed is, what your altitude is supposed to be, and that'll come with time. You'll get the feel for how that works in the jet. But and in fact, what you could do even just to kind of even visually kind of experience it now that you've done this once is take it somewhere else, do an ILS approach, and let it do ILS all the way to like 150 feet or so. And so that way you really see how it kind of holds that angle, what that angle should look like the whole time, speed-wise. You'll have to keep the speed on because obviously it's not going to do that because CRJ has no auto throttle. But at least then you'll have the computer doing half the work for you, and you can kind of really get a feel for how that looks. yeah, but really knowing those numbers and flying those numbers will really help, because if you cross the threshold at your VREF speed, then you're in a really good position to just nicely ease her down and set her down and not have to go way high on the on the pitch, or necessarily like accidentally put the nose in the ground because you're trying to get it down and it's floating McFloatville. So
Right.
yeah, flying the numbers, you definitely can't fly by the seat of your pants nearly as much as you can in a GA plane.
Which I definitely tried to do there at the end. But.
Yeah, which again, it's your second landing in a jet, and so not too shabby. I mean, at the end you got it down. I showed 245 on the landing rate, so you haven't busted 300 on the landing rate, which is pretty dang good for jets. So there you go.
Let's go.
Yeah,
there
you go. Take it where you can get it.
I'm used to being down in like the 70s, but okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, and you won't be. So, and again, in the airline world, butter isn't a thing, but it still is in the sim. But normal is in the vicinity of 150 to 300 is a dang good landing rate. Over 300 starts to get a bit hard. Anything under 600 does not require a gear inspection. So ultimately, under 600 is your goal. Yep.
Okay. I definitely am going to want to, even off stream and everything, I'm definitely going to want to be doing some more of these types of flights with you.
Yeah.
Even sitting in the other seat to see how you do it. And,
yeah. I'm all for doing that, and I can kind of do it and show you the flow, how I do it, and you can watch and help and all that stuff and get a feel for it that way too. But now you've had the nice thing is this way you've actually gotten your hands on it. You've got a flow of where everything is in the cockpit for the most part. Obviously, you'll have to do a little bit of review, and that'll come with time. But for the most part, you've got the foundation laid now. And so now it's just using that to build on your skill and get better and better. And there you go. And you can go back and watch the VOD, and if you forget where or how we did something, you can go back and watch the video evidence of it and see. So
I'm definitely going to go back and honestly, I'm going to have it up on one screen, and I'm going to redo this entire thing one for one.
There you go, yeah. And see how you improve on yourself.
Yep. And also, I'd really like it if Captain Arash and Scruffy Tam know that we both say suck it.
You hear that, Arash and Scruffy? We got your number. You've been challenged, sir. So
3 hours ahead.
That's
3
right.
hours ahead.
Yep, it's not too shabby. Not too shabby. So, Mr. 26PT, this is DwarvenEgg. He's a streamer himself. In fact, if Kevin, if you want to do another shout out for him, that would be cool.
I appreciate it.
But he is a streamer on his own right. He does mostly GA, and he is looking to graduate up to learn how to fly jets. And so he has put himself under my tutelage today. He's done a fantastic job, considering the fire hose I've been throwing at him of information. And so, yeah. So I gotta say, well done, sir. That was pretty good. I didn't have to intervene at all with the controls. I just had to provide some advice and some cautionary tales here and there. But you did that flight yourself.
It's the Moose School of Learning.
It's the Moose School of Learning. That's how we do. So
I fully endorse it.
Push you into the deep end immediately.
The unofficial flight sim king of Twitch endorses this flight school.
Oh, I appreciate it. So we're going to do one more round of giveaway. It's a little early for that, but so get yourself a ticket to the giveaway right now, because we're going to be ending it here. It's 10 o'clock my time. It means it's midnight almost for Dwarven. Whereabouts? I don't know if you mind saying. I don't want to put you on the spot. Chicago. Okay, Chicago.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, because that's right. That makes sense for the DuPage.
KDPA, yep.
Yeah. So, so he's in Central Time. You're over by Captain Tim. Captain Tim's over in the Chicago area, too. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
He's in, yeah.
Well,
so he's
let's
near
get
you.
to know each other. There's a bunch of meetups that happen out here, because you'd be surprised how many people are from the Chicago area. So we're always doing meetups and things like that. So
awesome. So yeah. So I don't know if he's still in here or not. He may have gone to bed. Yeah. So anyway, let me go ahead and get your one last chance at a ticket here before I close this round. We'll start one more round just for a moment for you guys to get some more tickets. and then we will shut down the giveaway. We'll do the drawing. We'll probably end up doing 3. I'm guessing with all the people that were in here and the amount of time we've been going, we'll probably have over 100 entries. And so when we get over 100 entries, we do a 3rd giveaway as well. And yeah, we're over at 76, and that doesn't count the ones that are going now or the ones that are about to go. So we'll definitely be doing 3. I can guarantee it. So let's go ahead and shut this round down right now. And remember, guys, make sure you are a follower. You must be a follower to qualify for the giveaway. So make sure you smash that follow button. The last round is now open. Exclamation point Ticket Moose. Get one last ticket to the giveaway. And then we will shut her down and go from there. So while I'm doing this, Dwarven, if you want to go through and start turning the various systems off in the airplane, just as best as you can remember how we turned them on, turn them off. And then I'll kind of look around, and then we'll kill final power when it's all done, and we'll just, not that we went over a shutdown sequence, but just do your worst.
I mean, you can't go that wrong.
I mean, we're trying to turn it off, so yeah, at the end of the day, it's like, what could possibly go wrong? Oops. There we go. This one has all that in there. There you go. Well, there you go. That shut it down real fast. Oh, get
sure did.
GSX menu out of here. Whoa, what was that? Why did I see that was horrible. Somehow the old drop-down menu came up. Hey, look at that. We're right at 99 before this last round of the giveaway goes, so we'll definitely be over 100. So, guys, last chance. Exclamation point Ticket Moose. Get some tickets. No beeps, no dings. That's right. Everything's nice and quiet and dark. He's even got the nav lights off. Look at that. What a good boy. Oh, there we go. And the hydraulic pump's coming off, too. Good. Excellent. The real question is, did he remember these? Oh, nope. The windshield heat.
That's fine.
Found one.
I was over there. I was just turning the air conditioning off. And...
Ooh, look at this sky. This is a cool picture right here. I'm going to grab this real quick.
Gens are off.
Yeah, that's a cool image. Yeah, someone was asking earlier, CRJ 550 in between the 200 and the 700. Not really. Technically, the CRJ 550 is pretty much the same thing as the 700. The difference is they customized the interior so it could not have over a certain number of seats. And by keeping the seat down a little bit, they were able to get a different under a different operating certificate. And so they did that specifically for United Express, so they could, certain rules didn't have to apply to them at that point. And still having the more powerful, bigger CRJ. So that's really the only difference. It's the seat count, essentially, and therefore the amount of weight the thing can hold is the difference between the 550 and the 700. Otherwise, the airframe is essentially the same. So, why didn't the 550 make it? What do you mean? It's because the different operating certificates required. Oh, in terms of sustainability, because only one carrier used it. It was United that was the only one. They made it for United Express. And I think at a certain point, maybe they changed their rules so they couldn't skirt it anymore anyway. And so they just then it was like, well, now we've got the same rules, but we can carry less people. So, yeah. And also the CRJs just, fell out of favor. They're, kind of going the way of the Dodo, slowly but surely. They're being replaced by the ERJs and other jets. And so it's just,
She can hear you. She can hear you.
We can hear you.
Stop talking about her. She's right here.
Who are we talking about? Oh, the
CRJ. Come on. She can hear you.
It's okay. We shut the power down. It can't hear nothing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, she's out. She's out yesterday's
cold.
News.
She's out cold.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. So, anywho, that's just some reasons. But yeah, the 550 and the 700 are essentially the same thing. It's just a seat count issue, really. RS5T, thank you for the follow. Again, guys, if you've entered the giveaway and are not a follower, make sure you hit the follow button, because if I draw your name and you're not a follower, I will draw somebody else, and it will be sad. We were in Montreal in 2001 at Montreal at Bombardier as GE engine reps. Oh, very cool. We are very proud of this aircraft here in Quebec. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, it's true. Originally Canadair. Now it's the Mitsubishi CRJ. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. But yes, originally Bombardier. Okay, so let's go ahead and close up the final round of the giveaway. I think enough time has passed. And we'll close. So if you didn't get a ticket, well, it is now officially too late. Your time has come. And now the end is near. And so I run the final giveaway. With DwarvenEgg sitting right here. All right. 113 entries total in the giveaway tonight. Excellent. We're going to do 3 drawings for the giveaway. Let me go over here to Google random number generator 113. Let me pull up my channel on Twitch. All right, and we are all set to go. CRJ uses the non-millerized CF34 turbofan. Oh, you would know better than me in that case. When it comes to the regional jet turbofans, I do not know them very well. So, all right, here we go for winner number 1. 80 is our first winner. 80. Who is 80? 80 is Spicy Nacho Bob. Spicy Nacho Bob, are you here in chat somewhere? Speak up now. Not that you don't have to be present to win. Oh, there he is. Spicy Nacho Bob. Good. Just want to check, make sure you're a follower. Follower since June 29th. Recent follower. Awesome. But follower nonetheless, which means you qualify for a gifted sub to the Moosestaffa channel, and it is coming in hot as we speak.
The internet is a completely different culture, isn't it? You said it. Everything here is immediately followed by sarcastic comments and nasty responses. Yep. We're finally where we belong.
It's a spicy nacho, baby.
It's a spicy nacho. All right, congratulations, Spicy Nacho Bob. Winner number 2. 33. 33. Man, I remember when I was 33. That was a long time ago. 33 is Teal Heart 60.
That was at least a few days ago.
About 7 years ago. 36. 6 for you. 33, and that's Teal Heart. Teal Heart, I know, is a sub because he's a very common member around here. And so, Teal, if you're still here, let me know what you'd like to do. If you want to hold it, pass it, use it for a sub to any channel on Twitch. But I think based on looking at the users in chat, you are not here anymore. So I will message you and let you know you're a winner because you do not need to be present to win. So TL is one of our absent winners. Congratulations, sir. And winner number 3, our final winner. Here we go. Eagle Eye, you're 33, huh? 40. Half of 80. 40 is Drobart. There's a freaking hair in my mouth from my goatee and is driving me nuts.
That is the worst.
Yeah. Drobart, congratulations!
It's a completely different culture, isn't it? You said it. Everything here is immediately
It's
followed
about
by
time.
sarcastic comments and nasty responses. Yep. We're finally where we belong.
100% rigged.
100%
He told me the winner is 4 hours. 4 hours and a half.
Exactly.
So.
Exactly. Dwarven, do me a favor. Oh, never mind. I don't. You're good, actually. I'm going to do this. For being such a fantastic student, I'm gifting you a sub as well.
Oh, you don't have to do that. I was going to do it myself.
It's
I
too
just
late.
haven't gotten
It's too late.
God.
It's done.
You said it.
All right. Nope. Fair's fair. I'm going to give 2 to me.
Sarcastic comments and nasty responses.
I appreciate it. No, I
We're
appreciate
finally
you
where
taking
we
the
belong.
time and explaining things really, really well.
Oh, no worries. I enjoy doing this kind of thing. So this is fantastic for me, and it was fun having a student. So I do want to say a big thank you to DwarvenEgg for being such a great student, and to all of you guys for putting up with a kind of different stream tonight. We didn't have a lot of the fun interactive stuff that we normally do. It was more of just you watching me teach him, and I was in my own chat thing, so we could kind of keep it between him and me. So appreciate you guys putting up with that. and we will
I do
be
as
back
well.
tomorrow. So, yeah, thanks, and again, thank you, Dwarven. This was a lot of fun for me. I know it was good for you too, but for me, I know it was just tons of
No,
fun.
I had it. It's so much fun, man. I had so much fun.
Yeah. So
You just keep getting better and better. I'm telling you.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. We'll be back tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. Pacific for the FNO out of Denver, flying Denver, Salt Lake City, Colorado Springs. Is going to be the route tomorrow on VATSIM. Encourage anyone that wants to fly along to do it, but make sure you're used to VATSIM because it's going to be crazy. But you can also always fly along offline or just come hang out in the Twitch chat. Love to have you. So thank you guys so much. We're gonna send it off to the credits. Dwarven, you don't have to log out yet. I'll be back with you in a second, and that's gonna do it for us. So thanks guys so much for the support and for coming along. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll go find someone to raid here in just a second. Take care, everybody.